She said you're good.
Yes, good.
Yes.
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 Yes, okay. The regular meeting of the Annapolis City Council will begin on Monday at March 9th, 2026. Will be called to order at 5:45. I didn't say that very well. At this time, we will have a moment of silence to gather ourselves to prepare for the business ahead. At this time, would everyone willing and able please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Littman.
Present.
Alderman Huntley.
Here.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Present.
Alderman Smith Brown. Alderwoman Alsop Johnson. Alderman Shanda Meyer. Alderwoman Conti. Alderman Savage.
Present.
Alderman Thorpe.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. The City Attorney, will you please present the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is business and miscellaneous, beginning with ID 3326, a proposed closed session pursuant to annotated Code of Maryland General Provisions, Section 3-305B89, discussion topics, update on collective bargaining negotiations and pending or potential litigation regarding the City Dock project.
Thank you. At this time, I would entertain a motion to move pursuant to annotated Code of Maryland General Provisions, Article, Section 3-305B89, to go into closed session.
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Thorpe. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Littman.
Aye.
Alderman Huntley.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
Aye.
Alderman Thorpe.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The council is now in closed session. I think The City Council meeting of March 9th will resume. We are going back on the record after having been in closed session. Ms. City Attorney, will you please present the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda.
Thank you. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended to remove ordinances 0526, reallocation of unexpended bond proceeds, and 0126, property tax, child care centers, family child care homes, and large family child care homes. So moved. So what are you pointing to? Okay. Alderman O'Neill, would you like to make the motion?
Mr. Mayor, can I also make a motion to add a ceremonial item to the agenda? Today being the 53rd anniversary of a higher date of
Speaking to your mic, please.
Barbara Hopkins.
Thank you. Absolutely, we'll add that to
I'll second that.
the list. Thank you, Alderman Smith-Brown. Any discussion? I can't hear you. Another motion.
Another motion.
Okay. What is your motion?
Well, I would like to move to put the update from the Housing Authority at the end of the agenda.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. There's two motions now on the table. Which do we take first? Okay. Let's keep it as two separate motions. All right. Let me first take the motion that Alderman Savage just raised to change the order of the meeting to move the HACA presentation to, where do you want to move it to?
Just to the end of the agenda.
To the end of the agenda. We had a second. Any discussion on Alderman Savage's motion? Alderman, you want to make your point, and then we'll...
Yeah, so the rationale is that I'd just prefer to have the public business be done early in the meeting, so the public doesn't have to wait through, and we have a very, well, I shouldn't say very, we're going to have a complicated, potentially vote for, blanking on the number, but the short-term rental moratorium, and I just think that should be, so people don't have to wait till the end of the meeting to hear that conversation. I also think we should be as bright-eyed and aware as we can be instead of having it pushed towards the end.
Okay. Alderman Huntley, then I think we saw a second hand too.
Alderman Savage, I agree with your underlying reasoning, and I would hope we would do this in future, but I'm going to vote against it just because I think it would be kinder to the people who we have asked to come here and present to us to not change it up on them in the moment. But I agree with your logic in the future.
So my logic in presenting the agenda is to first show the most respect for the people who are coming to be here at public hearings, whether it's to testify during the general public testimony or for public hearings on anything we have on the agenda. Of course, they're welcome to stay, but I want to, for the individual who wishes to testify and then go home, I want to provide that opportunity as soon as possible. The second priority I have after the general public and a public hearing is to have any of our guests and experts be able to conduct their business and then go home. And again, everyone is always welcome to stay. My third priority is for any other directors or chiefs that we're asking to be here for particular legislation to allow them to present. And then finally is for all of us. And we are here till the end anyway, but that is my desired preference. And so I don't support that motion for the same underlying reason. We're trying to get people in and out that wish to be. So that's my thinking in setting the agenda the way I've set it. Okay. Yes, Alderman Savage.
I don't want to belabor it, but I just want to make the point that the HACA presentation, again, I've always had long had a problem with them presenting at council meetings. Personally, I think council meetings should be preserved for public comment as well as legislative action. There's no legislative action associated with this. It should be a public presentation at the work session. I've just, we've had meetings in the past. If they go, because this can be, depending on what's on their in their presentation, can be a lengthy conversation. And so we do have a set time. If we hit 11 o'clock, we have to have a vote to continue. We've had plenty of meetings in the past, maybe even when you were last on the council that went past that. So,
okay,
that's it.
Thank you. All those in favor of Alderman Savage's motion to reorder to move the HACA presentation to be the last item on the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. No?
No. No.
Okay, would you take a roll call, please?
Alderman Litton,
No.
Alderman Shandemeyer,
Aye.
Alderman Conti,
No.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Dorr,
No.
Alderman Huntley,
No.
Alderman O'Neill,
Aye.
Alderman Smith Brown,
Aye.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, motion carries. The Hacker presentation is moved to the last item on the agenda for anyone who is here for that. Now we have the initial motion to amend the agenda to remove 0526 and 0126 and add, did we have an item number? Probably not.
We're going to call it O today.
March 9th recognition. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No abstaining? The motion carries. Okay. What's that? Alderwoman O'Neill made that motion, and Alderman Smith Brown seconded it. Okay. Ms. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is petitions, reports, and communications, beginning with update from mayor.
Thank you. Second. Okay, good evening and welcome back to the Annapolis City Council. And I get to have, gets to be a fun moment. I get to lead tonight with exciting news about the City Dock Resilience Project. I get that it's not news today, this was news as of Friday. But in case you didn't hear, our federal, state, and county partners, along with members of the City Council, held a press conference on Friday at City Dock to announce that FEMA had officially signed off on our $35.5 million hazard mitigation grant. As I said last Friday, I've been sleeping better since that decision. This money, along with federal, state, county, and city funds, which we previously secured, will help us get this much-needed flood project across the finish line. As of today, here's where we stand on City Dock funding, which you can find in the updated Capital Improvement Program, or CIP. There's a little hard to see, but if you look at the bar charts, those inserts that you can't see are available on annapolis.gov. If you search for 2026, that's the current year we're in, Capital Improvement Program. Make sure if you click on one, because you'll see both proposed and approved, you want to click on the approved to see the detail on those two charts. But you can see from the bar charts the information that I'm trying to express. It includes $24 million from the Mills-Hillman concession agreement, $10 million from the state of Maryland, $4.8 million in additional congressional earmarks, $2 million from Anne Arundel County, and that's specific for the Welcome Center, Maritime Welcome Center, and now $33 million from FEMA's disaster recovery funds, plus an additional $2.5 million from the FEMA hazard mitigation. That totals $76.3 million. The city has previously approved an additional bond funding for additional funding for the difference between that and, I'll get to in a second, the $87.7 million. These figures do not include potential revenue from naming rights, sponsorships, and other partnership opportunities that the city is pursuing, nor do they include exploring ways to reduce costs to offset increases that come with delays and lawsuits. More to come on those details in the upcoming capital budget as we update those projections. Altogether, this allows us to move forward with the $87.7 million City Dock Resilience Project, a critical investment to protect our waterfront, our downtown businesses, our community from the impacts of more intense and more frequent flooding. I also want to note that this funding is for the city dockside. You notice two inserts. There's a separate capital project called our Compromise Street Pumping Project, which is currently estimated to cost $21 million. And by current, I mean in the fiscal year 26 capital projects. You'll get updates in April for the newest version. And that is covered with separate grants and earmarks, ensuring that both projects can move forward without placing additional strain on our taxpayers. You hear a lot of different numbers, either social media or regular media, and I just want you to all have a reset of what the actual numbers are as of today. I'm incredibly proud of our City Dock team who worked on the FEMA grant for over 3 years. I'd like to call out David Mandel and Kevin Simmons from the Office of Emergency Management, Burr Vogel, Director of the Annapolis Public Works, and Eileen Fogarty, our City Dock Project Coordinator. Can we give a round of applause to those individuals, please? I also want to thank our partners in the county, state, and federal government who did everything they could to help us along the way. And those individuals are named by name in our press release. Thanks to these partnerships, we're making real progress on our work to protect Annapolis from the impacts of sea level rise and extreme weather. This is a proud moment for our city and a clear example of what government can do for the public when local, state, and federal partners work together. Thank you. I'm excited to announce that our month-long Golden Pass parking program began today. This is running from today, March 9th, through April 6th, where seniors 62 years and up can enjoy up to 2 hours of parking per day on Main Street, Maryland Ave, and at the Mills Hillman Garage. Enrolling in the program costs just $20 for the entire period. Simply register your vehicle tag either through the online portal or phone number, and once approved, submit payment. To use the benefit, just drive up and park. With your tag pre-registered, there is no need to input a code or swipe a card. This means that you could arrange for your parking, again, at Maryland Ave, Main Street, or Hillman Garage in this program before you leave home. Once you do this, you'll be set through April 6th. And this is also available to city and non-city residents, again, seniors 62 plus. To sign up, you can apply by going to annapolis.gov and clicking on the big button on the homepage that says Golden Pass Parking, or you can do it by phone. Call 410-216-5620. Next, our town hall series is continuing through all 8 wards. We've done 4 wards already. We have 4 to go. The last was in Ward 5 with Alderman Schandelmeyer. We were at the Pitt Memorial Rec Center. These are all being recorded, so you can go to the city's YouTube channel and watch previous events. And for those who feel neglected by going last, I think we're getting better and better at each one, so you actually get rewarded by being towards the end of this. We're getting better at it. Over the next 2 months, we'll be visiting the remaining 4 wards. The next town hall is tomorrow, March 10th at 6:30 p.m. We'll be visiting Mount Olive Community Center in Ward 3 with Alderman Smith Brown. I know we're competing with a couple events tomorrow night, but ours is really important. I hope you come see ours. We hope to see you there. After that, we'll be in Ward 1 on April 7th with Alderman Huntley, and then we'll be in Ward 6 with Alderwoman Conti on April 23rd. And last but definitely not least, we'll be in Ward 4 on May 14th with Alderwoman Alsop Johnson. As a reminder, we plan to hold these town halls in every ward twice a year. This is the spring series, where it's an introduction to city government, where we bring directors and chiefs. In the fall, we'll do it again with a different focus. That'll be more of a focus on the city budget. And that round of town halls will begin in July. These are not your only chance. This is not only a chance to meet your mayor and city council representative, but to meet your directors and chiefs who've been coming out late and staying with us to answer your questions. To see the schedule, go to annapolis.gov, use the keywords engagement opportunities. Next, Maryland Day is coming up Wednesday, March 25th. On that day in 1634, the Ark and the Dove, which I assume are boats, arrived in what is now St. Mary's County, kicking off nearly 400 years of Maryland history. To commemorate, each year, museums and parks around the state offer free and deeply discounted admission to the best places to learn about Maryland's history and culture. This year, Maryland Day celebrations will begin on Thursday, March 19th. All across the state, there will be special events and programs through Wednesday, March 25th. Find a complete listing of these opportunities, May Day activities on marylandday.org. And note that city offices are closed on Maryland Day, which again is Wednesday, March 25th. Next, the Annapolis Film Festival is almost here. This annual festival, named by Movie Maker magazine as one of the top 25 coolest festivals in the world, offers 3 days of film screenings and panels right here in Annapolis. Whether you're a film buff or casual moviegoer, there's something for everyone. Opening night is Thursday, March 26th at Maryland Hall, with screenings and events through Sunday, March 29th. Tickets are now on sale, and you could pick up yours at AnnapolisFilmFestival.com. I want to highlight 2 volunteer commissions in the city of Annapolis that have openings. The first is the Human Relations Commission, which accepts complaints of discrimination and proposes legislation on human relations. This is an advisory commission. The second is the Financial Advisory Commission, whose duties include reviewing collective bargaining agreements and compiling an annual report on the city's public debt. These are only some of the many boards and commissions that have vacancies in the city of Annapolis. If you've ever wanted to get involved, I encourage you to apply for a volunteer position on one of our boards and commissions. These bodies give Annapolis residents like you the ability to volunteer and give back to your community, helping to ensure the city government runs well. If you're interested in applying, visit the Boards and Commissions page on annapolis.gov to find a full list of our boards and commissions and the link to apply for each. Get involved and make your voice heard in government. Next, back to a city dock topic. The Magenta Shuttle now includes stops at Dock Street and the U.S. Naval Academy, adding speed and convenience to any Annapolis visit. Riders can catch the Magenta Shuttle at any of the garages along the West Street corridor for a convenient complimentary ride. Whether you're heading to a meeting, dining out, shopping, or visiting the yard, the expanded route offers a smoother connection between parking and your final destination. By parking once and hopping on the Magenta Shuttle, residents and visitors alike can help keep Dock Street and surrounding businesses vibrant and open while enjoying a more convenient trip to the heart of Annapolis. And 2 more comments. First, I want to congratulate Burr Vogel. He's the director of Annapolis Department of Public Works, for winning the award for the 2025 Land Manager of the Year from the Mid-Atlantic Off-Road Enthusiasts, MORE. This award is in recognition of his work to open the new off-road biking trails at Waterworks Park. Congratulations, Burr. As mayor, it's important to recognize the hardworking public servants who keep Annapolis running. The city of Annapolis is fortunate to have so many dedicated public servants who work tirelessly to improve the city they love, and some of them are sitting right here at the dais tonight. One final comment, we've been working on personnel, and we are now in the mode of doing some hiring, and so I want to acknowledge and introduce to you, if you don't already know her, our new ombudsman is here today, Tiana Parker, if you don't mind standing and being recognized. Very excited to have Tiana get started with us later this week. And on that note, let's get started with our meeting. Ms. City Attorney, will you please present the next item on the agenda?
Yes, the next item on the agenda is reports by committees.
Thank you. Any members wish to get started? Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Environmental Matters, our next meeting is going to be this Thursday, March 12th at 3 o'clock. And so everybody is aware, we do have O226, which is the mooring requirements in city waters, but we're most likely going to be postponing that because we're still awaiting the findings from the port wardens, and I heard that staff might be working on some changes to that. So that leaves, we'll be having 3 other items for discussion. One will be, Department of Public Works will be updating us on the latest technology that's going to be utilized for the city dock flood barriers downtown. And we'll also continue our discussion about the stormwater fee and the rebate program, and then just getting our update from the Resilience and Sustainability Office. So that is all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions for Alderman Savage? Okay. Any other committee chairs wish to present? Okay, Alderman Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the Audit Committee will meet Monday morning, March 16th at 8 a.m. on Zoom call. we will be reviewing the audit. So congratulations to the finance team for completing the audit. We'll be reviewing that. And then on Monday evening, March 18th, in Ward 8, not to confuse with the mayor's town halls, at Ward 8, we'll be having a Ward 8 town hall meeting in which Annapolis Police Department's Captain Guy Thacker will be briefing the traffic plan for highly attended events in Eastport. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Alderman Thorpe? Seeing that? Okay. Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. On Wednesday, the Transportation Committee will be meeting at 4 o'clock.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions for Alderwoman Alsop Johnson? Okay. Any committee chairs? Very good. Ms. City Attorney, will you please present the next item on the agenda?
Yes, the next item on the agenda are the ceremonial items.
Okay. I don't have that as my next item. Oh, yes. Thank you. Sorry. Alderwoman O'Neill, will you please present the additional ceremonial item?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In recognition of Women's History Month, it's very exciting to present Acting Chief Amy Maguez is going to present a certificate to Barbara Hopkins, who has, as of today, celebrated 53 years of police service to Annapolis.
So today is actually the exact day, 53 years ago, that retired Captain Barbara Hopkins became the first female police officer in the city of Annapolis, 1973. And she was not only the first female police officer, she was also the first female to reach any rank, including captain. And right, and you've been acting chief, so I still am not achieving any highest rank.
I will say that I worked in every division in the department because they didn't really want me there. They moved me around a lot. And I had the pleasure of recommending Amy to be hired twice.
Yes.
First as a dispatcher and then as a police officer.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. And Captain Hopkins was also instrumental in our first accreditation from CALEA. So she's the reason we started being accredited through the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, and she's the reason we still are. So that's a big accomplishment for us.
And I was an assessor and team leader for CALEA for 15 years, and I got to steal ideas from police departments all across the country.
The good ones.
Yes.
The good ideas.
And Carl Snowden, I remember Carl, when I got hired, he was in high school.
Thank you very much. Ms. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is comments by the general public.
Thank you. During this time, we will ask everyone who first signed up, and then if you didn't sign up, I'll give an opportunity to then come speak. I'll invite you, I'll do it in groups of 3, one at a time. Come to the podium. Start with your name and address, please. If you don't, I'll have to interrupt you and remind you. This is the time to speak about any topic you want, except those that are here for a separate public hearing, and that's limited to if you're here for 0326, Annapolis Harbor Lines at Hawkins Cove, please wait for that agenda item. So at this time, I will call Reverend Michael Parker, followed by former Alderman Carl Snowden, and followed by Godfrey Phelps.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Reverend Michael. Thank you. I'm the Reverend Michael Parker. I have the distinct honor of serving as the senior pastor of Asbury United Methodist Church on West Street, as we affectionately know as Mother Asbury, the oldest African-American congregation in not only our city, but our county. And I consider it an honor to be the 34th appointed pastor of that congregation as of July the 1st of this past year, which also made me, by default, the last pastor that Delorma Goodwin had, as we all affectionately know and knew as Dee. Unfortunately, I did not have the luxury and the pleasure that so many of my other parishioners did of knowing her and the intense work that she did not only in our local church, but also in the community as well. She is very noted in our church, primarily with having served in our women's ministry, but she is the reason Asbury is as connected to the community as we are. She kept her thumbprint on the community and ensured that the church stayed engaged in that way. So I'm honored to stand here tonight on behalf of her congregation, where she was a faithful member for many, many, many decades, to stand as we honor her tonight as she is being remembered. Thank you.
Thank you. As former Alderman Snowden is approaching, I'd like to recognize former Alderman Kenny Kirby that was sitting next to him. Kenny Kirby, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, two things. First, thank you and members of the council who co-sponsored the legislation that will create the ceremonial street sign for Dee Goodwin. Would the people who are here in support of that resolution please stand? Thank you so very much.
Dee Goodwin, with your name and address, please. I'm sorry.
Carl Snowden, 230 Garden Gate Lane, Annapolis. There are a lot of things that could be said about Dee Goodwin, but I want to, for the record, and for those who are watching, this is a very important moment. Dee Goodwin, of course, was the co-founder of the Caucus of African American Leaders. But when you look around the city of Annapolis, you literally see her legacy. A few blocks from here, the guardians of the First Amendment, Dee Goodwin worked tirelessly to ensure that that memorial that was dedicated to those who lost their lives at the Capitol in 2019, she spearheaded that effort. When you look at the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial that exists at Anne Arundel Community College, she was involved in that. She was involved in making the Civil Rights Foot Soldiers Memorial when Mayor Josh Cohen was mayor. She worked with him to bring that about. And this very recently was involved, of course, in making the Pern J. Mitchell Memorial, which is the latest memorial in the city of Annapolis, and was working on the final memorial that I'll certainly be involved in was the Malcolm X Memorial, which will be built and dedicated later this summer. So I just want to thank the City Council as a whole for supporting this particular legislation. And then finally, Mr. Mayor, I want to join with Dr. Mark Wainwright, who had requested that we meet with you, members of the Recreation and Parks, and members of the community, so we all have a better understanding of where the Stanton Community Center is going. It's a project that we fully support. We want to make sure that that project is funded to its fullest. So we look forward to getting a date and a time that we can meet with you, with Alderwoman O'Neill, whose ward it's in, and the Director of Recreation and Parks, so we have an opportunity to have some input. And Regina, it's so good to see you. God, you look good, Carol. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Alderman. While Godfrey Phelps, while you come up, I also want to recognize former Alderwoman Cynthia Carter.
Yes.
Okay, Godfrey Phelps. The next individuals will be Gerald Stansberry and then Chuck Hurley.
Good afternoon, Mayor. I want to thank you for getting
Please start with your
Bill.
name and address. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Godfrey Phelps, 701 Glenwood Street,
Thank you.
apartment 412. I'm not here to win no popularity contest. I'm here for justice. And I think I notified your office 2 issues, which is the tip of the iceberg when it comes to wheeling, dealing, and stealing. I'm talking about a conflict of interest, and I'm talking about 501c, which the councils throughout Anne Arundel County or in Annapolis are not registered with the state of Maryland. This is what allows them to steal our money and deprive us of our activities and our constitutional civil rights and ACOP. We got a bunch of ill-informed idiots that sit on these council boards. They don't want to register with the state of Maryland because they know this is going to spark a mass investigation. Money has been stolen for 7 or 8 years. The Bank of America is complicit in this operation. I issued them 2 subpoenas to bring their records to court to show who actually is stealing taxpaying dollars. Every person that pays taxes should be alarmed of this because this has been going on for years. I'm a whistleblower. I've contacted the Department of Consumer Protection. They didn't want to give me a case number, so I had to call Congress, and Congress ordered them to give me a case number. I have called the controllers of currency on the Bank of America. They would not do nothing. Neither would the Department of Taxation in Baltimore. It's ridiculous. So I'm asking you to launch an investigation. It's clear that these individuals must be registered with the state of Maryland. If they're not, they will continue to steal. We have a conflict of interest, multiple conflicts of interest with council members that sit on the board. They don't know anything. The treasurer's names have never been on the bank account. The bylaws clearly states that the treasurer must control the money. But these treasurers, 4 of them, names never was put on the bank account. This need to be looked into. Then the other thing is,
Mr. Phelps, please wrap up your testimony.
Bishop Coates, he gave Melissa Evans the authority to get checks in her name. I asked the last administration to investigate this because we don't know how much money she's collecting or where it's going. This is unprecedented, and everybody should be concerned about money that's coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps. Please wrap up your testimony.
All righty. Again, I heard you sign a commission dealing with the council and everything. I would like to be a part of that commission because, if people don't know the law, they don't know what to look for.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Gerald Stansberry and then Chuck Hurley.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you again for your actions on this legislation that we're doing for D. Goodwin. Real briefly, my name is Gerald Stansberry, 8078 Escalon Avenue. I am a lifetime resident of Annapolis, just recently moved to Pasadena. I just want to tell you that as the Maryland State Conference President Emeritus, D. Goodwin's actions stretch further than just here in Annapolis. Her work, Mr. Mayor, you said you should recognize the work of the people. Leaders are easily recognized, but it's the workers that get things done. D. Goodwin was one of those workers. Her work stretched not just here in Annapolis, on the Eastern Shore where we have 9 counties, and along with the African American leaders, she's able to make things change over there for the quality of life for people. So we appreciate that. Along with me, there's the president of the Anne Arundel County branch, NAACP, Mr. Steve Waddy. I'd like for him to stand. Our Maryland State Conference, Anne Arundel County President Emeritus Jack is also here. We all in support. And we got our eyes on you, okay? We got eyes on you. We're gonna hold you accountable. We'll agitate, okay, and try to make change. So today we wanna thank you for the decision that you're making. And I hope I've seen everyone stand up unanimously, and that's a great thing, to see you all working together in unity. That's what it takes to get the dream work, okay? Teamwork makes the dream work. So again, I know you said that you was gonna allow some of the folks who didn't get a chance to sign up to say a few words. Otherwise, I would have Mr. Waddy, who is our current Anne Arundel County president, to come stand up, who is also a soldier in the fight for justice and equality and liberty for all people. So you hear the NAACP and the acronym, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Well, we are the National Association for the Advancement of all people. Our struggle has been every struggle for anyone who's fighting for civil rights. We marched, we suffered, we were hung. All those things that we suffered, there's other people out there suffering too. But we are here now to support, give our support for what you're about to do. And we thank you from the bottom of our hearts, because so many times the work of the workers go unrecognized. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hurley, and then Stephen Waddy is next.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Chuck Hurley, a longtime member of the Annapolis Human Relations Commission. But since we don't have a quorum, I'm speaking as a resident of Ward 1, 5 Park Place, Annapolis, Maryland. I really strongly support the effort. I'm honored to be here to support the distinguished service of Dee Goodwin to the Annapolis City Relations Commission. Among other things, Carl and others have said so many other things she has done. She was a pillar of the community, co-founder of the Caucus of African American Leaders, and very much deserves the honor that is pending. I also respectfully support the effort to suspend the rules and perhaps make it happen tonight. As a separate issue, I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the attention you've put on the Human Relations Commission. We still don't have a quorum. We have 3 pending real complaints to deal with. I understand Alderman Thorpe may have gotten us a recruit, and I thank him for that. Talked with Alderman Schandelmeyer, but if any of the members of the council have constituents that would like to serve, if any members of the audience would be interested in serving on the Annapolis Human Relations Commission, we very much need a quorum. We need at least 2 more members, and then we will proceed to make Annapolis a city that knows no hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Waddy, and then Faye Belt and Matthew Wallace.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Waddy. I live at 7968 Heathermiss Drive in Severn, Maryland. I am the president of the Anne Arundel County NAACP. We definitely want to thank you on behalf of the NAACP for honoring Dee Goodwin for all of her hard work. Dee Goodwin is still with us today, as witnessed by people in this room. Her presence, her grace, her joy, her style, her flair, her commitment, it all inspired us. And Dee would have been with us, so she was with us making good trouble on this past Saturday. And definitely want to thank you all for attending. That march is in Dee Goodwin's essence. Amelia Boynton, Septima Clark, Ella Baker. These are the people that Dee Goodwin sits with on the throne of civil rights. And so we are here to honor her. We definitely appreciate the city of Annapolis for doing so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Waddy. Ms. Belt?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor, and also the City Council and the people here to represent and uphold what you're doing and giving us as African Americans as we go forth, continue to live in Annapolis City, to honor us, but not even honoring us, but to recognize us, to see us as we go forth. I had an opportunity to be with Miss Goodwin. And so, did I tell you where I live? 5324 Al Jones Drive, Shadyside, Maryland. I apologize.
I'm sorry, I missed it too.
Okay. As we go forth, it's an honor, and we have a lot of gratitude for you to name a street after Dee. Right now, and I feel as though her energy, her spirit is here with us, then that she is probably smiling upon what's going to happen. It's a very important act of commemoration that provides public recognition of her life and her legacy. Often serving, as we know, that it will be a permanent living memorial. The sign, the street that we will walk up and down. And as we walk up and down, we could feel her energy and all the things that she has done throughout her life, as you had heard the many testimonies before me. And it honors her and helps maintain the community memory and can offer closure as we go forth because she is loved. And it's a way that we celebrate her achievements, ensure that she's not forgotten. And as we transform the personal memory into a public street, we thank you and we thank everyone as we continue to up and down the street and feel her presence.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Mr. Wallace?
Good evening, Council. My name is Matthew Wallace. I lead a community food resiliency nonprofit focused in Eastport and across Annapolis's Ward 6. My address is 701 Chesapeake Avenue. I'm here to update you on my last presence a month ago on the Eastport Community Farm project. We've had the immense excitement, honor to break ground on Friday, getting the youth in motion. They're incredibly motivated to see this farm become a reality for their community and for an incredibly enriching space for them to enjoy through the summer and the years to come. I'm grateful for the City Council support to this point, and I'd just like to make it known that the last key component here is our permit for the greenhouse and fence, which is due next Tuesday. It's permit number BLDC 2026-00017. This is the last key component. The Office of Planning and Zoning has been incredibly responsive to this point. We commend them for this, and we are looking forward to making this project a reality with community members and incredible community partners, including No Harm from the Mayor's office. Has been an incredible sorts of feedback, encouragement, and presence at our rollout events as we make this community food resiliency project a reality in Eastport. Thank you.
Thanks for your work. Mr. Wallace, hold on a second. Alderwoman O'Neill.
Can I thank you? Just very quickly, I do want to say that Matthew was first involved with Food Fridays 6 years ago and helped us. So it's not like he's new on the scene in helping Annapolis City residents get good quality food. So thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we finished everybody that signed up, but at this time, if there's anybody that would like to come up and speak, this is your time. If we have a first individual, if there's anyone else, please feel free to line up on my right by the wall so we could move you through quickly.
Good
Please start
evening.
with your name and address.
My name is Jacqueline Boone Alsop, and I live at 7370 Annan Lane, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21060. Good evening, Mayor Lippman and City Council members. I'm here to support the resolution that the City Council has done. I want to thank each and every one of you for Dee Goodwin. Dee Goodwin was a very, very good friend of mine. We were very, very close, and she has always worked for the community. She's, for a very, very long time, you've heard of the number of projects that she's worked on, but she has been in the background for so long, longer than people may even know about. As the founding member of the Caucus of African American Leaders, we work closely together, as well as with the NAACP. I would like to thank her husband, George, for loaning her to us. And I know we took her away from him for many, many days and for a very long time. So again, thank you for naming this street after Dee Goodwin, a street that she grew up on, Northwest Street, and a street that I was on as well when I was in Annapolis.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Patty Cousins, and I'm a resident of Annapolis living at 60 Southgate Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to express my support for a temporary moratorium on new short-term rentals. I believe the city needs time to carefully assess the impacts of our current permissive short-term rental policy. Annapolis is not just a destination, it's a community. And I think you've seen that from everybody who's been at the podium ahead of me tonight. Our neighborhoods are places where people raise families, know their neighbors, and rely on a sense of stability and shared responsibility. When the concentration of short-term rentals grows too high, that residential character begins to erode. Especially in downtown Annapolis, homes that once housed long-term residents are increasingly being converted into investment properties owned by non-resident investors designed for transient use. That reduces the availability of housing for people who actually live and work in Annapolis, including teachers, service workers, and young families who want to put down roots here in an affordable way. It also affects the daily quality of life in our neighborhoods. Short-term rentals bring frequent turnover of visitors who may not be familiar with or respect the local expectations around noise, trash, and parking. Especially when hosts are non-residents investors, the impacts felt by the people who live next door are year-round. A community made up primarily of residents, people who live here full-time, is ultimately what sustains our schools, civic institutions, and local economy. There's also the broader concern with the city's current ability to enforce standards. The city's planning director has testified in the past in favor of the temporary moratorium, noting the surge in applications and the slow progress on compliance. A temporary moratorium is not about eliminating short-term rentals. It's about giving the city time to evaluate whether the current rules are achieving the balance we want between tourism and neighborhood stability, and would allow the council to review data, study neighborhood impacts, and consider whether additional guardrails are needed. You can see it here tonight. Annapolis has always been a special place because of its strong neighborhoods and engaged residents. Taking a pause now is a responsible step that allows us to protect those qualities while making thoughtful, evidence-based decisions about the future. I want to thank Mayor Littman and Alderwoman O'Neill for your vocal support on the temporary moratorium, and I urge the entire council to adopt the temporary moratorium on new short-term rentals while an evaluation takes place.
Thank you. Good evening, Alderwoman.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Cynthia Carter. I live at 965 Bentry Way, Annapolis 21401. I stand in support of the naming of the street in honor of Dee DeLorma Goodwin. I known DeLorma from way back, okay, before most people in here besides her brothers, and I guess if she has any aunts, anything here, but she used to travel to New York to visit with me and my sister and my family when she was just a little girl and a teenager. But I can't say any more than anyone has already said. I served on many committees with her and supported, she and I both supported some of the action that was taken here in Annapolis to hold the city together, to honor those who we need to honor and the monuments and things that were built. But Dee has done a lot of work, and she's always been a good person. She's had a heart of gold and has always been there, but I stand in support of that. And I pray and I thank each one of you that signed and put that resolution forward to bring it forth. And thanks again.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Mr. Knight.
Good evening, Mayor Littman and City Council. First of all, I just want to say this, that legacy is important. Legacy is how we remember the work that has been done by individuals in the past as we move forward. And I want to commend you, Mayor, and the City Council for moving forward on this resolution to honor my late sister, Dee Goodwin. I'd be remiss, first of all, if I didn't acknowledge the family. Would the family please stand, please? Her husband, her daughter, family, please stand. My name is Equavian Knight. I'm sorry, I apologize. 401 Silverleaf Court, Glen Burnie, Maryland. And I just wanted once again to thank you for what you're about to do in memory of my sister and our family member. She was a great leader, not only of our family, but of this community as a whole. And there was a song that's sung that says, "May the work I've done speak for me." And I think certainly the work that she has done speaks for her in volumes. And once again, we acknowledge you for acknowledging her. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Debbie Odom. I live 217 Admiral Drive in Annapolis. I come here on a different angle for tonight. I have residents who's in my community and in other communities are facing with letters of eviction due to astronomical outstanding pricing of their rent that they have to pay that was overlooked in the housing department. We go to housing tell you to go back to your rental office. You go to your rental office and tell you to go back to housing. So my main thing was to come in and put a light on that issue. And I hope that my councilman will answer my calls and talk to me in reference to some of these things. I just wanted to say I appreciate you all and I thank you for letting me come up today.
Okay. Ms. Odom? Ms. Odom? The Director of Housing Authorities was here earlier. I don't know if she's in the room. I'm not making eye contact at the moment, but she is here. If you wish to talk with her, she might be able to direct you to the right person.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Praise the Lord. Okay, let me get back up a little bit and come back forward. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Argo Duenas. I live at 1050 1C Eaglewood Road in Annapolis. I want to first of all thank the council for putting forward a resolution that will make our beloved Delorma Goodwin in her field, her sphere of influence. She was always known as Dee. But I'm going to take it back home to the old Fourth Ward, because that's where Delorma came from. Northwest Street. I lived on West Washington Street, where the parking garage is, 60 West Washington Street. Delorma is my daughter's auntie. And Delorma and I go way back from childhood. Delorma has always been a trendsetter. She's always been a leader. She's always been that soft power. Am I right, Paul?
Absolutely.
She was that soft power behind Cal. She was the queen with humility, dignity, and grace. She wasn't pretentious, but she had a power. And she had a commitment to make a difference, not only in her family, which she was the mama bear, she was the matriarch, she was there all in all. Delorma, I know you're here with us right now. I can feel your spirit. Delorma, when she showed up, she showed out with a smile on her face. I know I can get windy because she has touched, moved, and inspired all of us to become the best and highest version of ourselves. She was focused on a mission, and that mission has always been to be a present and beneficial presence in everybody's life. And I know what I'm talking about. You didn't even have to ask her, and she always knew what you needed. So I want to say all hail to the Queen, because I know she is here with us right now. Her presence, I can feel her. I can feel her touching each and every one of us. And I just want to thank you again for this opportunity to name Northwest Street D. Goodman Way. Am I right? All praises, all praises, all praises.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
City Council, my name is Reginald Allen Sims Jr. I live at 114 Auberry Court. Now, I'm gonna come on a different note because I'm gonna be honest, I have other things to take care of. So I'm gonna speak on something that's regarding HACA, and for it to be pushed to the back end, that's a whole different story that I'm not even gonna go with. But for me, being a resident at my location for over 7 years, I have experienced mold twice in my unit. Have said something to HACA, have said something to my rental office. It took them months to take care of it. This has affected my health tremendously, and something needs to be done regarding this, because I know I'm not the only resident that has experienced mold or the lack of housing authority or property management to do their job successfully.
Okay, any other individuals wish to speak during the general comment period? Okay, seeing no motion in chambers, I declare comments by the general public closed. Ms. City Attorney, before you call the next item, anyone who was here that just spoke on behalf of D, I just want to thank you for your testimony tonight, and just to help you just to know what to expect tonight. We have a few other items on the agenda. There's a public hearing where we have a few people coming to speak, and we have a few other matters before we get to that item on the agenda. At that point, it'll be introduced, and I expect a motion to suspend the rules so we can go right to a direct vote. By all means, you're welcome to stay and acknowledge that, but just in case you do not intend to stay, I just wanted to take this moment to thank you all for being here. Appreciate your support. Dee meant a lot to a lot of us, and we're all thinking of her, and we miss her sincerely and deeply. So I just wanted to thank you for being here tonight. Thank you. Ms. City Attorney, before you, may you please present the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing beginning with ordinance 0326, Annapolis Harbor Lines at Hawkins Cove, for the purpose of changing the City of Annapolis Harbor Line at Hawkins Cove to allow for implementation of the Hawkins Cove Restoration Project and matters generally related to harbor lines.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to call the individuals that signed up to speak, starting with Debbie Odom, followed by Matthew Wallace and Bill Borwigan. There's a couple other individuals, and then if you haven't signed up, I'll still give you an opportunity to speak. Ms. Odom, will you please come forward? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Mr. Wallace, did you intend to sign up on this form as well? Yes, please come up. You may begin. Start with your name and address again, please.
Good evening, Council. Again, Matthew Wallace, 701 Chesapeake Avenue. I'm here for the Hawkins Cove Marina Line readjustment, and foremost on behalf of Mr. Tyrone Brown, longtime community member of Harbor House, who is currently at work. He asked me to be here to put his name forward in support of this. Being with the environment down at the current dock is important to him, and so is the moving forward of this project. Mr. Tyrone Brown would like to be here to address you all. Also on behalf of Sarah Krizik, a longtime member of the Annapolis Maritime Museum, says that it's pretty darn important that this project moves forward. So she asked me to put her name out as well in support of the project. Further, my own testimony, connecting with many community members about neighborhood food systems and food sovereignty, you hear about the important role that the water plays for food access, to be a treasured food resource for wellness within the community for generations. Now filled with sediment from various sources, there is not a lot of life left in this river. As a neighborhood food systems advocate, I'm here to encourage the moving forward of this project for the youth enrichment, of course, but as well as a valued food source for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Mr. Borwigan, followed by Jess Packler and Donna Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Lippman and members of the City Council. My name is Bill Borwigan, and I live at 519 First Street here in Annapolis. I'm here this evening speaking on behalf of the Eastport Civic Association. ECA strongly supports O326, which would revise the Annapolis City Harbor lines at Hawkins Cove and lay the groundwork for the construction of a pier that will enable citizens to use the waterfront for recreational purposes. This project has been a long time in the making, and ECA is pleased to support this important effort. Eastport is a community defined by water. Our residents have long cherished their connection to the Chesapeake Bay and the water that surrounds our community. And for the same reason, we understand deeply what this means when a neighborhood is cut off from that heritage. Hawkins Cove sits within the traditional boundaries of Eastport, adjacent to the city's largest public housing development, Harbor House, where residents have long been unable to access Hawkins Cove because of the waters are filled with silt, to the point where kayaks and other small watercraft cannot be launched. It is time to fix this problem for the entire Eastport community. By amending the harbor line to allow a pier to extend to the navigable waters, this ordinance removes a regulatory barrier that has stood in the way of real, meaningful progress. Combined with the Eastport Choice Neighborhood Initiative and the city's equitable public water access plan, this project represents a thoughtful, coordinated investment in a more inclusive Annapolis. The Eastport Civic Association recognizes that restoring the ecology of Hawkins Cove, allowing for small watercraft access, and later on improving the adjacent park are net benefits to the entire Eastport community. ECA commends Alderman Thorpe, Mayor Ledman, and the legislation's co-sponsors for bringing this ordinance forward, and we urge the council to move it to the next stage of legislative review without delay. Annapolis is a maritime city. Every resident deserves to share this legacy. Thank you. I'll be pleased to answer any questions, and I'll submit a copy of my testimony for the record.
Thank you. Ms. Packler, followed by Ms. Johnson.
Hi, my name is Jess Packler. I live at 506 President Street, which is about a block and a quarter from Hawkins Cove in Eastport, and I am here to support this legislation to change the harbor line. My family has spent I have 4 children that are 19 through 11, and they have all grown up in Hawkins Cove. Hawkins Cove is an incredibly important part of the Eastport neighborhood that most of the Eastport neighborhood doesn't know about. It is a path to Truxton Park that people can use to get from anywhere on the Eastport Peninsula to Hawkins Cove. It is a water access for all of us who live in the President area of Eastport, and as was talked about at the last city council meeting, we do not have a lot of public water access. Unlike the other side of Spa Creek, which has 12 public water accesses, we have 1 usable public water access on our side of Spa Creek, and really, that's pretty much even from the end of the peninsula all the way back. We need more public water access in Eastport. Hawkins Cove is a wild, untouched area. This project keeps it a wild, untouched area, but allows people to access that wild, untouched area. It allows our residents of Eastport to access the water that we all should be able to access because we live in Annapolis, and that is what we are all about. We are a water town. This town was founded because of the water being here. Hawkins Cove Cove was formerly a farm. It was formerly, there's so many histories about how that water was accessible to the public, and it needs to be accessible. Extending this harbor line will not affect the privacy of anyone who lives along Hawkins Cove. All it will do is allow all of us who live near Hawkins Cove to access the waters of Spa Creek and Hawkins Cove. In the last 10 years, there have been major things that have been done along Hawkins Creek and the Hawkins Cove area. There has been a major storm remediation project. We have beavers in the area. We have nesting ospreys in the area. You can occasionally see eagles going over. We have deer. The amount of wildlife in that area has increased, and having this access will allow more of our neighbors and our community to actually access wildlife and the water and our neighborhood and nature right here in our neighborhood. So please pass this. Don't listen to anyone trying to be NIMBY and say that they don't want more people in their special place, because this is all of our special place. It is a part of the city of Annapolis. It belongs to all of us. Please let this go forward so that we can all access what we all should be able to access. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Donna Johnson. I live at 1100 Madison Street. I'm a Hacker resident. I'm just coming to say about the Hawkins Cove. I've been there since I was 8, and we always had access to going down there to, we called it a pond. Before the Annapolis Housing Authority building even came there, it was a lot of woods. We was able to go through Trustin Park. The kids got to go there to do the fishing and just little picnics and stuff. So I'm just thinking that, whatever y'all doing, I really don't know. I keep hearing about it, and I was just asked to speak upon about me knowing my history there. And I've basically been there all my life. So, and to see it built back up would be a nice thing, because it seems like it's just nothing but like mud now. The piers are gone under, and it was like a really nice place to be.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. If there's anyone else at this time that would like to speak to this legislation, now is your time to come forward. Okay, seeing no motion in the chambers, I declare a public hearing on 0326 closed. Ms. City Attorney, please call the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is approval of the consent calendar items. On the consent calendar include journals of proceedings, CCM 2226 special meeting minutes, CCM 2926 regular meeting minutes, CCM 22326 special meeting minutes, appointment and reappointments. AP 1326, the appointment of Jan Lee on the Board of Supervisors of Elections. AP 1426, the reappointment of Liam Mercer on the Board of Supervisors of Elections. And AP 1526, the reappointment of Deborah Yutzuk at the Board of Supervisors of Elections.
Thank you. Are there any objections to proceeding with the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. I move. Thank you, Alderman Smith Brown. And is there a second? Second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mayor Lippman?
Yes.
Alderman Schneider.
Aye.
Alderwoman Conti? Aye. Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Thorpe?
Aye.
Alderman Huntley?
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Aye.
Alderman Smith Brown?
Aye.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Ms. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is legislative actions on first readers, beginning with Charter Amendment CA 126, updating requirements for publication of the Charter and Code of the City of Annapolis for the purpose of removing outdated provisions of the city's charter, rewriting requirements for compiling and publishing the Charter and Code of the City of Annapolis, allowing for publishing paper or electronic versions of the Charter and Code of the City of Annapolis, and generally relating to the codification of charter amendments and ordinances.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt CA 126 on first reader? So moved. Thank you, Alderman Schneider. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. I refer CA 126 to Rules and City Government Committee. Ms. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is Resolution R526, designating Northwest Street as an honorary street in memory of D. Lorma D. Goodwin for the purpose of commemorating longtime city resident D. Lorma D. Goodwin by the honorary designation of Northwest Street located between Church Circle and College Street as D. Lorma D. Goodwin Way.
So moved. Alderman Smith Brown, is there a motion to adopt R526?
I so move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Alderman Schnellmeyer. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules to move
So moved.
forward. Thank you, Alderwoman O'Neill. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Well, I think it should be clear what we are suspending the rules to do. That should be part of the
To
motion.
move directly to adopt R526 on second reader. Thank you. All right, any discussion? Okay. Before we move forward again, I just want to thank her husband, her daughter, her brother, and other family members for being here, and community members for being supportive. This is the moment where we're about to pass the resolution to honor D. Goodwin. Almost. Oh, I have to do third reader too on second for resolution? Thank you. Appreciate the clap. All right, all those in favor of suspending the rules so we can get to what I thought we were at. Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. I'd entertain a motion on second reader to adopt R526.
I move that.
Second.
Thank you, Alderman Smith Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? What's that? Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mayor Littman,
Aye.
Alderman Schneidermeyer,
Aye.
Alderwoman Conti,
Aye.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Thorpe,
Aye.
Alderman Huntley,
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill,
Aye.
Alderman Smith Brown,
Aye.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries. Ms. City Attorney, please call the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is Resolution R626, authorizing itinerant merchant sales within the Annapolis Historic District for approved special events during calendar year 2026. For the purpose of authorizing hawker peddler and itinerant merchant sales in the Historic District in conjunction with approved special events during the calendar year 2026.
Is there a motion to adopt R626 on first reader? Thank you, Alderwoman O'Neill. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. I refer R626 to the Finance Committee. Ms. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is legislative actions on second readers, beginning with Ordinance 04025, establishing a 12-month moratorium on new short-term rental licenses for the purpose of establishing a moratorium on the issuance of new licenses for short-term rentals for a period of 12 months from the effective date of this ordinance.
Is there a motion to adopt 04025 on second reading?
So moved.
Thank you, Alderwoman O'Neill. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any amendments?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Many
Yes.
amendments.
Just if I could offer, I think Alderman Huntley actually summarized it well in his email as far as there's probably an order that might make the most sense to do these in if you entertain.
Sure.
I think it was 5.
Just do 5 first.
Because that'll dictate some of the other amendments coming out that came out of Economic Matters and whether or not we even move them.
I'll take them in order that whoever raises their hand first and wants to get started. Alderman Huntley, does that mean that you want to get started?
Sure. I'll move Amendment 5.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on Amendment 5? Alderman, the sponsor, wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this, let me bring this up just to make sure I'm speaking the right thing. So this, so this just proposes to change the moratorium from 12 months to 6 months. And the rationale is just that, I feel like we did listen to and heard from the department in Economic Matters Committee. And I think a number of these items that are listed as action items coming from the moratorium are already things that are getting looked at in the annual report. And so this moratoriums, I think, are very drastic measures that do have impacts on businesses. And so the interest is just to reduce it to 6 months in the effort of getting the results quicker to minimize that impact.
Okay, Alderwoman O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Respectfully, the director requested 12 months. When I originally wrote the legislation, we talked at length between 6 and 12 months. While there are some overlaps, you suggest protecting the business interest. This really protects the resident interest. I believe that giving the department the time to truly research and study all of the aspects of the moratorium so that when they do come and give us a report, it has as much detail as we need to actually make decisions based on if we're making any changes to how the legislation is written. Because I know that there's a question about the 60 days before the end of the time, having that report 60 days. And if we reduce the time down to 6 months, that's only giving them 4 months. And I just don't think, given the conversations I've had with the department, that 4 months is enough time for them to truly bear into all of the details and all of the aspects that we're asking them to in the moratorium.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley.
This is sort of a point of information. I just want to point out that this amendment also strikes the requirement for the report to be delivered 60 days beforehand. So Alderwoman O'Neill, I think they would get 6 months, not 4 months. And that the reason that I support this is that puts us right at beginning of September, end of August, which is when we get our annual short-term rental report anyway. So the timing to me seems to make more sense to go with 6 months because, again, that's when we already get this report anyway.
Anyone else wish to speak on this? Alderman Schnellmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe our department has made quite the compelling case on why the extra time is needed. Government reporting being what it takes, assembling stakeholders takes a significant amount of time. 12 months gives them that extra padding. It may very well be a little too much time. I actually do think it might be a little too much. But if we don't give them that extra padding, knowing the speed in which government can operate, we may end up getting an inferior product. I think that this extra amount of time allows us to really come together, really consider how we can benefit the work that we've already done and strengthen and enhance it in a way that benefits as many people as possible. I understand where folks are coming from. We don't want to just do this for the sake of doing it. It's effectively, as it's been argued, the moratorium is legally considered a seizure. We can't just do that willy-nilly, but by giving it that 12 months, we can really come up with a solid plan to move forward on this issue.
Thank you. Alderman Thorpe.
I would just like to quickly associate myself with Alderman Schnellmeyer's point. Director Jakubiak has spoken. He's asked for the complete 12 months. This is a really important topic for the residents of Annapolis, and I'll speak specifically for the residents of Eastport. We need to deliberately move forward and come forward with a recommendation as to move forward that everybody can settle on. We're done, and that's what 12 months gets us.
I would take this opportunity to share my support for what Alderman Schennemeyer, Alderman Thorpe, and Alderwoman O'Neill just said. Taken in a vacuum, 12 months might seem like a long time to address this, but of course the director doesn't have just this to address. He's reorganizing AIPPC. He's going to help pass a budget. He's ensuring that permits get processed well. He's ensuring water access plans and programs continue. He's ensuring that we speed up the process for permits. He's being responsive to needs for housing, working with the Housing Authority as they need assistance. There are many, many obligations for the Director of Planning and Zoning. It's a full workload, and we are now asking him to take time aside from all of the regular work to also take the effort to get community input, get City Council input, and come up with a comprehensive plan to discuss this nagging issue that we've all been hearing a lot about. And so I would like to give him the full 12 months. To your point, Alderman Schennemeyer, he might not need the full 12 months. And he's assured us that if he needs less time than that, then he'll get us the answer sooner than that. If it's 8 months, 10 months, 11 months, whatever it is. So I trust our directors to have a good assessment of their workload and the time needed to get things done. So I defer to Director Jakubiak on the length of time needed. So I'll be supporting voting this down. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of Amendment 5 to support the reduction from 12 months to 6 months and striking the no later than 60 days, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No? No. The motion does not carry. Okay. What council member would like to present the next amendment?
I'll move. Amendment 1.
Thank you, Alderman. And you want to introduce 1 and 1A or help us?
Not
navigate
1A,
through?
1, and then Amendment 2, but if 1A is necessary to go in the order, that's fine.
Thank you. So go ahead.
So I move
I'm sorry,
amendment-
so make the motion first, then we'll get back to
Yep,
the
so I
discussion.
move Amendment 1, which is establishing detailed requirements for proof of residency and ownership requirements.
Is there a second for Amendment 1?
Second.
Thank you. There's a second. Is there a discussion?
Second.
What's that?
Second.
Thank you. Would you like to begin discussion, please?
Sure. Well, it's very direct. Using the state definition, which a lot of this legislation was actually mirrored from. And this is the Maryland Code regs, source documents for proof of age, name, identity, residence, social security number, and lawful status or temporary lawful status. So the documents that were provided here on this listing of categories is taken from both that Maryland Code regs as well as the Anne Arundel County Public School System. The residency requirements that they have provided to us. Residing primarily is also a state definition. When we say 6 months, it's not very specific, but when you say or more than 6 months, that's 50% of the calendar year, and that's 183 days. That's more than 6 months, or 184 days in a leap year for clarification. And that's the bulk of this amendment. It's very specific to with the categories. It's sharing what needs to be required for documentation. And I think this is really important that we lay this out. It's a moratorium. And so I think having a thorough listing of documentation gives us the meaning of what this is, a little bit of a halt to new short-term rentals.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Alderman Schennemeyer, then Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In economic matters, we ended up supporting 1A over 1. They both do pretty much the exact same thing. Really noble pursuit. Why we ended up going forward with 1A is it was slightly more flexible, establishing 2 forms of identification instead of 3 as the residency requirement.
Okay.
That said, that's really the only difference. Both of these do effectively that loosening of it, so it's just what is your flavor of ice cream.
Okay, thank you. Just for point of order, we'll be voting on Amendment 1, and then we could take up 1A. Depending on how that goes, it may or may not be moot at that point. That's right. I said Alderman Savage, then Alderman Hunley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. So, I entirely support the intent because we both chatted about the concern with the language in the legislation as introduced, which relies it relies too much on driver's license, and some folks don't have driver's license, many in the city. And so that was, I believe, the intent of Alderman Smith Brown is to provide more clarity that doesn't just rely on driver's license. You know, when I was looking through it, I felt that there were, two concerns I had with one, which is why I put together 1A. The first concern is that I felt like everything listed was a bit too burdensome to prove. I just think it's going to be an impact to staff. And so that's why 1A just simplifies it to be more general with the documents that it refers to, because the one potential issue is that it refers to a valid unexpired common access card issued by the U.S. military. But I wanted to word it more generally so that anybody, so if you're a reservist, if you're National Guard, any kind of federal, issued ID, that it'll qualify. I want to make sure that we don't unintentionally, put ourselves in a corner by having too restrictive and too detailed information. The second issue I had was concern, I should say, is just that it has two conflicting standards for residency length. In the one area, it mentions the 183 days or 184 days, and that's where it says that's not necessarily consecutive. That says equates to 183 days or 184 days. That's different from the standard used later, which is 6 months, at least 6 months. And so I was trying to simplify that again with 1A just by just going with the 6 month standard, which is, I believe, what we currently use in the code for short-term rentals, if I'm not mistaken. But in any case, I support the intent. I'm just trying to simplify it.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley.
Yeah, so as has been said pretty unanimously, I support the intent of both of these. My tiebreaker is, do staff have a preference between...
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
I support the intent of both of these. My tiebreaker is, do staff have a preference between 1 or 1A? Have we heard from the director?
Yes.
Yeah.
Director Buckland, please identify yourself.
Yeah, Acting City Manager Victoria Buckland. Yes, my understanding is that the staff preference is for 1 over 1A.
I believe, Mr. Manassas, would you care to come forward if you have an opinion to share about Director Jakubiak to reinforce what Ms. Buckland said or anything?
No, I would affirm what Ms. Buckland said.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, anything else? All right, I'm supporting Alderman Smith Brown's point. I appreciate that there's not a huge discrepancy, but I think the difference between resident and non-resident is important. And so the specific detail that you've outlined here, Alderman Smith Brown, is my preferred way to move forward. So I'll be supporting your amendment.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
I just want to point out that the common access card does not have an address on it.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yep. Alderman Savage?
Yeah, and just to clarify, 1A does deal with that. It says valid military service, military identification and documentation of assigned residence.
Okay. Any further discussion on Amendment 1, the motion to adopt Amendment 1? Alderman Schneidermeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a point of order question. So if Amendment 1 were to hypothetically pass, would we not move forward on 1A? And if Amendment 1 were to hypothetically fail, would we move forward on 1A?
In either scenario, I would leave it to the author of the amendment to decide how he would like to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor of adopting Amendment 1 to 04025, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, the motion carries. And Alderman Savage, would you care to just let us know, what do you want to do with 1A?
I mean, there's no use moving it. Yeah.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right. If no one else has I don't see anyone raising their hand, I'll ask Alderman Smith Brown to address Amendment 2.
Sure, I move Amendment 2, which is an interim report from the city manager and a final report 6 days before the moratorium on new non-owner occupied short-term rental license ends. What this is, it's very straightforward as well. It's just adding a piece here for an interim briefing. We appreciate the no later than 60 days prior to the expiration of the moratorium. And just adding the 6-month piece here gives us a halfway point where we can just decide on how this moratorium is going, whether or not to the point of, is this moratorium working for us? We'll have data and information to be able to make further choices or decisions on the matter. So I do move for this amendment.
Okay, can you make, let me hear the motion.
Yes, I move Amendment 2.
Second.
Thank you. Recognizing the motion by Alderman Smith Brown and the second. Open for discussion. I think you kind of already started the discussion, so I'll go to Alderman Savage and Alderman Huntley.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so since the council's kind of decided to move forward with the 12 months, I guess I can see where this kind of is in line with my original intent to push for 6 months, but I'm not really inclined to support this because I just think this is going to take up extra staff time, and I think their intention with the 12-month is that there isn't, not an expectation, but an opportunity for staff to potentially finish before 12 months. And so I'd rather just have them focus on that and getting us the information as fast as they can instead of having to give I don't know what we would do with the interim report, even if when we get it would be use that to, I don't know, shift them in a different direction. I just don't quite support it right now.
Thank you. Alderman Huntley, then Alderwoman O'Neill.
So a comment and a question. The comment is, to me, when Alderman Smith Brown first described this to me, I was opposed to it because he said a report, and that sounded like a lot of work. And when I read it and it's a briefing, or maybe he corrected me and told me it's a briefing, that seems more reasonable to me, lower burden. But same question as before, do we have a staff recommendation on this?
Yeah, the recommendation, the preference of staff is that this amendment go forward.
Alderwoman O'Neill and then Alderman Chandler.
Thank you. One of the things that I discussed with the director when I was asking him about whether what he thought about different amendments, one of the things that he indicated was that this briefing, approximately 2 months before the end of the moratorium, would allow the council to hear what they're finding and possibly start making legislative moves, so that at the end of the moratorium, we could have legislation ready to go if we found through the briefing that there were significant changes to be made to the current legislation. So that was one of the reasons why giving that briefing gives an opportunity for the director to come before us and talk about findings so far, some suggested, using the city manager, also, and some suggested directions to go with new legislation, so that at the end of the moratorium, we're ready to act.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Clarifying question. So is one of the intentions of the moratorium to actually get, at the end of the 12 months, to get the actual policy, like recommend the legislation? And so you're saying this would help us provide some, I guess, guidance if needed at that point on what we would like to get, I guess, worked on by staff as far as final recommendations. Is that accurate?
I think so. You kind of faded out there.
Oh, sorry, I need to stay closer.
Right.
Yes, please.
The thought is that, at least from my point of view and from many members of Ward 2 who have reached out to me, they want some significant change in our current legislation. And the moratorium is going to be a time for us to really do a deep dive into what our legislation currently looks like, what our policy currently says it can and can't do, who can and can't do those things. And so the hope is that if we have a briefing and their findings are either for or against major policy change, then we have some months before the end of the moratorium to discuss and start preparing for that. Does that answer your question?
Okay. Anyone else wish to? Alderman Schnellmeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Economic Matters had taken no stance on this because we were trying to be consistent with amendments that had passed out of the committee. Wearing my Brooks Schnellmeyer hat, though, with further information that we were given by the Director of Planning and Zoning, especially regarding Amendment 4, they had said that they are able to collect this data monthly. So I feel like this report, considering they already collect this data monthly, is not that much extra work to comprise or to put together. And I do want actual legislation and goals to come out of this moratorium. For me, the worst thing that we could do is to just do this and nothing changes, because that would just be pointless. It would be a pointless action on behalf of this council. It would be performative. So we can do this. We can find out what do we have on the books that's working, what do we have on the books that's needs a little bit of strengthening, what do we have the books that was working very well. So these monthly snapshots that the department already collects can help us come up with this 6-month midway point. And I personally would encourage my colleagues to support this.
I'm going to support this. My instincts actually is aligned with Alderman Savage on let's just go right to the work and rather than add on to the workload of the director. But since the director himself indicates a preference to support this, I'm going to do the same. So that's where my vote will be. Okay, seeing no other requests for discussion, all those in favor of passing amendment number 2, which requires an interim report and a final report, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, hearing none, the motion passes. Okay. Unless not seeing anyone, I'll ask Alderman Huntley to introduce Amendment 3.
Yes. So one of my big concerns in reading through the base legislation was that it didn't acknowledge the existing code requiring an annual report on short-term rentals. And I think Alderman Schnellmeyer may think the worst thing we could do with this moratorium is do a report and then do nothing with it. I think an even worse thing would be if we end up with 2 reports. So the goal of this really here is to say, since we already have, since we're already getting an annual report every year, we don't want to get the report that's already mandated in code and get the report that would come out of this legislation. So what I tried to do here is just align the requirements of the existing report with the requirements in this legislation. And as such, I think it's important that we, I actually think the annual report is more comprehensive, both in what it lists as requirements to be in there, but maybe even more importantly, that it also says other information that the director deems appropriate to help the city council set policy. So if our previous, if the way the underlying legislation is written does have some suggestion, if it has some requirements for what the report that comes out of it has to say, this also leaves the door open for additional stuff. But most importantly, what this amendment does is say, we don't need 2 reports on short-term rentals that cover basically the same thing within 1 year. But I realize I didn't get a second yet, did I?
Second. That's your motion. Second. Any discussion? I'll take that as your discussion.
Sorry.
Any further discussion? Alderman Schnellmeyer.
I strongly agree with my colleague. One, I do think it is important to acknowledge the work that we have done on this issue. This is an issue that we have been tackling for years. We took a significant step forward in addressing short-term rentals during the prior council and making sure that we're not pulling multiple different reports, make sure that our staff can actually focus on what matters, finding out what works in the code, what needs adjusting in the code.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second, and 2 points of discussion. Anyone wish to speak?
I actually have a point of order on this, which is just, it strikes a portion that we've just amended with Amendment 2, and I think that they're not actually in conflict, but as written, it's taking out part that Amendment 2 relied on. And so I hope we can sort of all agree that city staff can harmonize those those two things, because there's no policy issue. It's just the words can have to get wordsmithed a little
I
bit.
appreciate the point of order, and I am relying on the city attorney to my left to speak up if she needs us to amend anything differently than what we are doing. Alderman Savage?
Just a point of order on that one, it may be helpful just to clarify that it's your intent not to conflict with the previous amendment.
Yes, thank you. That is my intent.
Mr. Manassis, would you like to speak to this amendment and to, or Ms. Buckland, either one of you wish to share Director Jakubiak's preferences? Just introduce yourself, please.
John Manassa, Chief of Code Enforcement, Department of Planning and Zoning.
So my understanding, and John, I'll ask you to jump in where I misstate, is that the general intent of the moratorium goes beyond the data collection that currently exists. And I don't think necessarily that the existing reporting and the moratorium are in conflict with each other. Part of what I had heard from the committee was that you're not necessarily married to the existing reporting timeline, and that is one of the ways to sort of harmonize and not double up on the reporting. But I think there's other language that's in here that speaks to intent that I think was clarifying for the department. And John, I don't know if you agree with that characterization or not.
I agree. I think the annual report that we did before, previously, that it's just going to, by nature, evolve a little bit with the new things that we're looking at now and some of the new processes, all the amendments that are coming forward. So I think there's a little bit of marrying that needs to happen, but I think creating a separate report was sort of what I think Director Jakubiak was saying. He didn't quite support Amendment 3. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right.
Alderman, were you raising? Alderman Huntley?
So, first of all, I think the issue is not that they're in conflict by any means. The issue is that the report that we already get is actually more comprehensive than the report that's required in this legislation. And so they're duplicative. It's a Venn diagram in which one circle's almost entirely inside of the other, not two things clashing against each other. And I get the idea that there is some language within the whereases that the way you said it was to set intent, but A, a bunch of that we're then just pulling down, and B, I think more importantly, we shouldn't be, if those really are the things we want to require, let's require them in the part that is binding rather than in the whereases. So if somebody wanted to offer an alternate amendment to put all of those parts from that whereas down into the requirements, I could see the benefit of that. But I think the goal that was articulated by the city manager of making sure we're very clear about what we're asking out of the product of this moratorium would not be, I do not think that goal would be supported by voting down this amendment.
Okay. I'm going to be, again, going along with the director's recommendation. I don't think this has a huge impact either way. So it's not a huge issue for me, but I'm going to support Director Jakubiak on this. Seeing no other requests for motion, discussion, all those in favor of amendment number 3, which would strike the indicated whereas clause and add a new section 5, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Would you take a roll call, please? I didn't catch that.
Yes. Mayor Littman?
No?
Alderman Chandemeyer?
Aye.
Alderwoman Conti?
Aye.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Thorpe?
No.
Alderman Huntley?
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
No.
Alderman Smith Brown.
No.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes.
Sure
1,
did.
2, 3, 4, 5,
5-4.
5-4. Amendment 3 passes 5-4. And then we have Amendment 3A. Alderman Schandelmeyer, would you care to let us know the status of this?
Not relevant because we're not doing the 6 months.
Okay, very good. Thank you. 3A is moot. Alderman Thorpe, would you like to present, make a motion for Amendment 4?
Yes, I'd like to move forward with Amendment 4, which would require the city manager to provide a monthly report to the city council on the number of licenses, registrations, and infractions for the previous month.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to amend the stated amendment as it is, in that several of my colleagues have asked me to change one of the whereases that specifically reads right now, city staff will expend a significant amount of time proposing legislation to manage the number of short-term rentals. They've asked me to not make a conclusion in my whereases what's going to happen. I would agree with that, and I would like to change will to might.
Okay.
City staff might expend.
For purposes of expediency, I will take that as the underlying motion to be adopted with the word might instead of will on that whereas clause.
Thank you.
And that has been seconded. Any discussion? Would you like to start the discussion since it's your amendment?
Sure. So it has been a constant question, how many short-term rentals do we actually have? It's been a discussion about what are registrations and quite frankly, how many infractions we have. So I think we need to be moving towards data. In my conversation with Director Jakubiak, the first thing I did was ask him about this, and would we be putting any extra burden on him by creating this report? His answer was, I already collect that data, I already report that data, and quite frankly, if you require this, it will save me getting 3 or 4 phone calls from different council members asking me for the data. I'll just supply it once. So there is no added research, added data collection, and quite frankly, would make his life streamlined.
Thank you. Alderman Savage and Alderman Schandelmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not going to argue this too much because the whereas clauses they just establish background, but the wording still just seems odd to me. I don't understand why I feel like it's necessary to put in here that, staff is going to be working on this anyway. I don't see what it accomplishes by stating that they're going to spend a significant amount of time working on legislation. It's implied. But again, that's just a whereas clause. But for number 6, I do have some concerns about the data. One, and I think you've addressed this to a certain degree. We very well may request this anyway, but I still think I'd rather have staff focus on the underlying purpose of the moratorium. We've given them a lot of tasks in that. I don't see why we should give them this, because one big question is what are we going to do with this? Even if we get this data monthly, what are we going to do with it? Are we going to, somehow change the direction of the intent of the moratorium? I'd rather get it at the end of 12 months to see trends, to see, to assess what kind of additional resources we might need, and presumably it'll probably be included in the interim report anyway. I'm just wary about piling on with even more requirements.
Okay. He already spoke. Let me take a new comments and then I'll go back to him.
Well, I'll just say why I would find it helpful. I already walk around and see these orange placards up from all the enforcement that our staff are doing. And so, that's very anecdotal, right? And so I can tell my residents, we are really cracking down on this. We are getting more enforcement against unlicensed ones. I've seen 6 this week, but I've seen 6 this week is a much less beneficial number than actually the director told us we have had 13 of these happen this month. So it's data, as I think Alderman Thorpe was kind of already saying, it's data that I'm already looking for, and this just gives me a better source of it.
Okay. Alderman Thorpe.
And I would just simply add, seeing it month after month gets us all on the common sheet of music. So we're not we're not debating how many there are. That's a common basis, and then we can talk about their impact.
City Manager Buckland or Mr. Manassas, care to share the thought of the department on this?
I don't see any difficulty in providing the numbers. I think it's a pressing issue that's going to come up a lot quicker than I think everybody really realizes. So having it monthly is a good presence of mind, I think, for everybody. I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Alderman Schandelmeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in economic matters, we had made no recommendation, and we were a little, I don't want to say hostile, but we weren't sold on this at the time. But I will add some background. We had incomplete data. We did not hear from the planning and zoning director. We heard from a staff member that this would be difficult to comply with. We later heard from the planning and zoning director that this is actually something that is not difficult to comply with at all. It is data that they already have, and that this amendment would provide a solid, specific date instead of the current ad hoc information that they provide. So if I could go back in time in economic matters, I would have asked for a favorable recommendation on this, but timelines being what they are, I will ask for that now.
Appreciate that update. City Manager Buckland?
Yeah, I'll just clarify that that was a concern that I had raised that was mostly born out of a concern that that we agreed on what constituted enforcement actions. And that was the hesitation, and perhaps not sufficiently articulated, but I have also done due diligence since, and it sounds like there's agreement about what that means. So I think we're in a good place.
Thank you. Again, my instinct is the same as yours, Alderman Savage, of why we're creating this extra work by hearing what the department's preferences are. Again, I'll be going along with what the department preferences on this. And Mr. Manasseh, I apologize. I was adding an S to the pronunciation of your name. I was corrected. I apologize. Anyone else? Okay. All those in favor of supporting amendment number 4, which adds 2 whereas clauses and a new part 6 at the end, which requires a monthly report, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the motion passes. Okay, and then we have a 6, and I'm going to introduce mine as a separate amendment, I think. All right, Alderman Savage, do you still care to move Amendment 6, or what's the status of that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I didn't realize there was a 6A.
So there was a 6A at the request of the law office last week, and it was approved last week, but it wasn't distributed last week. And so I asked that it be printed out today, and instead you got printed.
I'm sorry, yes. No, that's right. We talked about this one in committee. Yeah, no need to move Amendment 6, but I will move Amendment 6A.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. You don't want to move Amendment 6?
No, 6A, I think,
No.
6A includes, it just builds off of 6. It just adds another whereas, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they do very different things, unless I'm missing something. If Alderman Savage doesn't want to move Amendment 6, I want to move Amendment 6.
You do, you say? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so make the motion. We'll have a second and discussion.
I'd like to move Amendment 6.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Alderman Huntley, you want to start?
Yeah, so I'm not sure, to me, 6A is kind of a separate discussion. It should almost be Amendment 7.
I'm sorry, can you speak clearly?
Yeah, to me, Amendment 6A is a separate discussion. It should almost be Amendment 7. I'd like to just talk about Amendment 6 rather than have it be compared. This to me is so crucial because I think what it does is, and it's really just addressing the whereases, but I think it talks about short-term rentals in a much more balanced way. Look, I, as many in this body have heard, have opined on the issues that they can have on communities, but I also think it's important that we can't just throw every bogeyman at them and blame them for everything. Not that this was blaming them for everything, but just to say we have to take a balanced approach, and where there are real issues, let's address those real issues, but let's not let's not blame them for public health or for equity. These things that really, I think, are not directly caused by short-term rentals. I also think this amendment makes sure we do a better job of A, acknowledging work that the council has done previously, and B, or maybe actually this is C, sorry. I think this is the most important point. Amendment 6, in my mind, lets this moratorium be unbiased. It lets it be unbiased.
Thank you.
It lets it be something that staff are going forward, doing research, and figuring out, do we need changes? Do we not need changes? Is this good for our communities? Is this bad for our communities? Realistically, it's somewhere in between, but it's not presupposing things for them. I think Amendment 6 is so crucial because it gives them the flexibility to go and do the research and bring us back information that we can then make decisions on, rather than making the decisions and the opinions for us.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Alderman Savage and Alderman Schandelmeyer?
So I'm just going back and forth here. Amendment 6A has everything that 6 has in it.
It's,
Right.
Amendment 6A is designed and written as an amendment to 6. That's why you're seeing it like that. And Amendment 6A, the blue is Amendment 6, and the green is the 6A amendment.
Okay.
And that code is on the bottom of
Okay.
the page.
Okay, all right, so,
That's why you're seeing it that way.
all right, thank you. Well, yeah, so thank you then, Alderman Huntley, for doing 6 first. Just to build off some of your points, so what I wanted to do with 6 were a couple things. One was make it clear this only applies to non-owner occupied short-term rentals. I think that's what sponsors have certainly indicated, and that's what is stated later on in the moratorium. And also, as Alderman Huntley mentioned, just to change the language in the whereases. Again, I know they're not legally binding, but I think it's important because the language makes a lot of, as proposed in the underlying legislation, makes a lot of assumptions about short-term rentals having negative impacts. And I think that the whole point of this moratorium is to make that assessment. It also, some of the changes proposed just acknowledge that we have put in a lot of work. I know some of us have, including some of the sponsors on some legislation in the past. This will be, I think, this will be the 4th piece of legislation, well, not counting, I think, some other previous moratoriums, but the 4th major piece of legislation that we passed on short-term rentals in the past 6-7 years. And so I do feel like it's important to acknowledge, but also to make it clear that one of the reasons to get this additional information is to help us in future budgets to address potential needs that we have for resources. And so the third thing this does, if you look at the third to last whereas, is it does propose to strike some of the existing items listed, the A through E, and then the rationale behind that is because some of the items stricken are already required in the annual report that Alderman Huntley alluded to, and hence are already included in his amendment that passed. And so, and then also I removed, it stated that the department would hold public hearings and gather input from residents. It just felt like this is not, the public hearings are going to happen with the legislation that gets proposed. We've had a significant amount of public testimony on this, including on the moratorium. I did not see the purpose and value in having public testimony that's not even going to be part of the record. I think we should just wait until we get the recommendations and then present it to the public. And so that's why I proposed to strike those and add 2 new ones that tried to stick with the intent, but focused on the desire in the new A to look at new regulations as far as recommending, drafting, reviewing, adopting regulations, as well as making recommendations for short-term rental compliance program associated with the upcoming budget. And so, yeah, that's, oh, and the other thing, which, well, I guess that might be 6A, because I was asking in the law office about the importance of basically asking them for their analysis of the legislation as far as if we need to better make the distinction between owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied. They recommended that we provide more details, justification for why this is restricted to owner-occupied. And so that's where I think 6A includes the language that that came from the law office as far as making this more legally sufficient. So I will support both amendments. That's it in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Shadowmeyer.
Thanks, Mayor. So we were supportive of this in the Economic Matters Committee, and the primary reasons for this is Amendment 6 and, by extension, 6A, because it just fulfills one of the legal requirements that was missing in the legislation as a whole with the whereas clause. It focuses this into building on the successes that we have had in the past and into focusing meetings with stakeholders into something productive and not turning this into a bunch of people on both sides coming forward and yelling. By having that framework set up, we can turn this into stakeholders come together and we can actually get something positive and productive and build on what we have and focus it into something that brings this moratorium into a good final product. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to share my thoughts on it. I think I appreciate the intent behind this. And if you look at the motion, the motion has 9 elements. 1 through 7, I'm fine with and I would agree with. But 8 and 9, I disagree with. If you look at how it's, the language that it strikes out, that long whereas A through E, you're taking out significant requests, including holding public hearings, gathering input from residents, property owners, other stakeholders, and other elements that I think are important, and it shorthands it to limitations and constrains what the department can actually do with this time. And I would not like to constrain what the department can do in terms of coming up with recommendations. So I'm going to now make a motion to amend Amendment 6 by striking points 8 and 9. And I'll ask for a second to that.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the, yes, Alderman Savage?
Can you clarify what the points 8 and 9 are?
Sure. So if you look at this from the beginning,
Yeah.
we have 1 through, the motion itself is points 1 through 9. And so I am saying I indicate consent with 1 through 7, and my motion is to strike 8 and 9. You see that implemented on the printout, which I just want to call out to Cynthia. This is really helpful the way you do this, to have the motion, Cynthia, and then the as implemented. So thank you for that. Excuse the tangent. Getting back to striking 8 and 9 is my motion. If you see how that plays out on the as implemented, it undoes the strikeouts here on the whereas and undoes the addition of A and B, and then on the last whereas, it reverts to the original.
So, Mr. Mayor, a point of order. Lines 24 through 35 have already been struck on page 2 via Amendment 3. And so I think via Amendment 3 already struck lines 24 through 35 on page 2. So I think the amendment that you're making, which I would be supportive of, is it would not strike those. It would not unstrike those, right? It would just prevent us, it would get rid of the insertion and get rid of all of bullet 9.
I appreciate the clarification. Yeah, agreed. Any discussion on that, Alderman Thorpe?
Not on that, but on your point, are you amending 6 or 6A?
6. So 6, my motion is to strike paragraph 8 and 9. My motion 6.
Thank you.
Second.
That was already seconded, but thank you. Alderman Savage?
But I think, let's see, I'm looking at Alderman, yeah, so I don't know, so to Alderman Huntley's point, the language is already stricken. These additions in number 8 would actually, I would think, help provide clarity to the underlying legislation. I don't see how these would conflict.
If that's a finished thought, I'll ask Mr. Manassa to comment.
Yeah, I mean, but just to reiterate on the public, I don't know what your intent was. I know on committee we talked about amending the language to allow for public comment, but to actually have public hearings, I believe it was pointed out that per the code, that can only happen before the city council. And so it's an odd piece of language to have in there. So I think Alderman Huntley's already removes that, but I want to point that out for you because you mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
We would need some further clarity if you're intending to put something back in regarding public testimony.
I was reacting to, it's literally point 8 says strike lines 24 through 35. And so that's the whereas clauses A through, I think it was E, that gets stricken.
Right, but it's already stricken, so A becomes just adding these two. I mean, I guess I don't feel super strongly about needing to put in A and B since the other Alderman Huntley's amendment passed, but just pointing out it's.
Thank you. It gets a little confusing with the multiple amendments. Mr. Manassa, any comments from the department on Amendment 6 or the proposed amendment?
I'm actually at a disadvantage on this one. I looked at Legistar this afternoon, and it didn't. When I tried to download the Amendment 6, it said it wasn't available. So I'm really trying to follow the discussion.
Ms. Reuter, do you have an extra copy? Thank you. While you're looking at that, let me ask Alderwoman O'Neill to speak.
I would just like to say a point of order. When we were talking about Amendment 3, we were really focused on the no later than, striking the 60-day. I don't think anybody really paid attention to the fact that we struck all of the reasons for the moratorium, and that is conducting a comprehensive study of the impacts of the short-term rentals, the review and analysis of short-term rental regulations, I'm embarrassed to say that I didn't fight for it earlier when we were talking about Amendment 3 because I was so focused on the fact that it really talks about the annual report in the amendment summary, and it doesn't talk about eliminating all of the reasons for the moratorium.
So is that a motion to reinsert? I think what I'm hearing, if I'm hearing it right, is that is a motion to reinsert on page 2, lines 24 through 35.
Point of order, can we not have an amendment to an amendment to an amendment?
Yeah, we're typically only have 2.
Can we ask for reconsideration?
There's a motion, point of order. There's a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Right.
May I make discussion on the motion that's on the floor?
So right now we have the motion to amend.
Yeah. So I just want to say, I said just now to you, Mr. Mayor, that I would support it. I actually think I would not, because that would then go back to saying that a moratorium of 12 months is necessary and reasonable for the due consideration of assessment of recently adopted resolutions. And in my opinion, we do not need to wait 12 months to assess these things because we have already shown that we can assess our short-term rental regulations without having a moratorium. So just want to tell you why I said I would support it and I'm not supporting it.
Got it. We haven't brought up 6A at all.
No.
The 6A amends.
But we haven't brought up 6A.
I thought, were you guys talking about ordinance?
Nope.
No. Just
Nope. So right now, just for point of order, we have Amendment 6 by itself, not 6A, and then my motion to amend to strike point 8 and 9. Any further discussion on my amendment to strike paragraph 8 and 9 from this? Okay. Mr. Manasseh, do you care to comment on my motion? It's whether it's not mine, but the pending motion is to strike 8 and 9 from Amendment 6.
Okay, so the way I understand that is the item A is to draft, review, and adopt further enhancements. Is that correct?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
In my understanding of what you're asking, item A is to draft, review, and adopt further enhancements.
I'm not sure where you're A. So we have Amendment 6 before us, titled Amendment 6 - Alderman Savage. And in that motion on the first page, there's 9 points, 1 through 9.
Okay.
My motion is to strike paragraphs 8 and 9 of that amendment.
Right, which, given that the strikeout portion was already approved in Amendment 3, what he's reading is that point 8 really is adding the language, the two A and B, and that was what he was.
Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification. Right. So
Okay,
striking
sorry
that
about
A and
that.
B. Now I'm with you.
Okay, you're striking A and B?
Yes.
Okay, no opinion
Okay.
on question 8. On number 9,
Yes.
I think I would support that item. It seems like a reasonable,
So you're supporting keeping 9 in?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to withdraw my motion.
I'm going to move to only strike 8. Is there a second to that?
Move to strike 8.
Yes, meaning if the mayor just said 8 and 9, and there was no position on 8, but there was an opposition to 9, I'm moving just striking 8.
Is there a second? Okay. Any discussion on Alderman Huntley's motion to strike paragraph 8 of Amendment 6?
I'm calling it Amendment 6 beta.
And I'm not seeing any discussion. All those in favor of Alderman Huntley's motion to strike paragraph 8 from Amendment 6? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Now we're back to the underlying Amendment 6, now without paragraph 8. Any further discussion? Mr. Manasseh, what's the department's position on Amendment 6 without paragraph 8?
Director Jakubiak indicated no on this one.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Alderman Huntley?
I'll just say that Amendment 6 to me is kind of the whole ballgame. I think that whether Amendment 6 passes or not is what's going to determine my support for the underlying legislation, because I feel like without Amendment 6, there are parts of this that are not, there are parts of the whereases that are not correct and accurate, and I personally won't put my name behind, I don't want to put my name behind those. So I asked my colleagues to support Amendment 6 so that then I can vote for the underlying legislation.
Alderman Huntley, if I could ask for clarification, if the council supports Amendment 6, will you be supporting the underlying legislation?
That's what I'm saying, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Alderman Savage, then Alderman Schneider.
I mean, I share my colleague's sentiment because because again, one of the intentions with this amendment is to give respect to some of our previous efforts on this. We've all worked very hard on the previous efforts, and I felt like we need to acknowledge that, but also keep things neutral as far as preserving the intention of this moratorium, which is to assess impacts, and again, not lead with assumptions. So yeah, I do share this.
So you're supporting? Okay, Alderman Schneider.
While 6 is not my make or break point, I will say 6 does acknowledge the strengths and the successes that we have had in the past, helps us keep focused on how do we improve them and to find the things that need to be tweaked and find the things that are working and how do we streamline what is going well and fix what is not going well.
Okay. Anyone else? Alderman Smith-Brown.
So yes, with Amendment 6.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, with Amendment 6, we have here significant and monumental. I would ask, is this truly monumental? Because if not, I think that I would move that we strike and monumental, and I will most likely support the amendment.
I think you're referring to a portion. Can you direct us all to where you're seeing the word monumental?
Whereas O1425 was significant and monumental.
Got it. Thank you. And so that is, just taking it back to the paragraphs on the first page. Thank you.
Yeah.
So that is, what I'm hearing is a motion to amend Amendment 6, paragraph 4, to strike the words "and monumental." Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
Is there a second?
The second, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
I hear you.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Any discussion? Alderman Thorpe?
I think we need to take a step back and realize what we're hearing here is there's concern in the whereases that tie the hands of planning and zoning. And I think if we all agree that we're not going to, in 12 months, say to the director, wait a minute, the third whereas says that the legislation that was passed in 2025 did this, you can't do that. I think we all, as legislators, can agree that I would totally agree with Alderman Smith-Brown on this, but I'm probably going to vote against this because I think it takes it the other direction where if we're trying to be neutral here, let's be neutral. And I fully respect all the work that has gone on over the last year, numerous years, on short-term rental. But let's not tie the hands of the Director of Planning and Zoning as we ask him to do this study. So I'm probably going to vote against it. It's not something I'm going to lie in front of the railroad tracks on, and I would ask the group to do a head nod that we are not going to, in a year, say the third whereas on the Sixth Amendment says this, you can't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Savage?
I think a couple things. One, and nobody's trying to tie anybody's hands with these. These are whereas clauses. They do not have substantive legal impact, right? But they do establish intent. And I think you would hear from a number of us that we're trying to get to a point to say yes to this. And all we're asking for is some acknowledgement and tweaking to moderate the language a bit, to kind of acknowledge and hear some of the efforts that we've made in the past to get us to that point. And so I don't think this is something which is, we're not trying to change the hereby established, which is really where the meat of the ordinance is. I think it's just it's a simple request to try to get some unity.
Okay. Let's vote on the Alderman Smith-Brown amendment of striking the words "and monumental." All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against? Alderman Huntley's heard. The motion carries. And I think we're ready for a vote on Amendment 6 as amended to remove the "and monumental" and to remove paragraph 8. All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed?
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Amendment 6 is passed, amended. Okay, I'm going to introduce 6A as its own standalone amendment. It's to add a whereas clause, which you have in front of you.
So moved.
Thank you. For discussion, this is just being offered at the advice of the law office to add further support and evidence for the differential of how we're treating owner-occupied differently than non-owner-occupied. Any additional conversation? Alderman Strandemeyer?
One, I guess, policy to add to this point, and then one procedural question. One policy point to add, this came at the recommendation of the law office. It is absolutely essential that we add this for the moratorium to pass legal muster, because as stated, a moratorium is considered a seizure, and if we are to legally
if we are to put a distinction between owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied seizures, we have to strengthen that in the whereas clauses. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this. My procedural question is, if we support this, do we have to go all the way back through what we just did for 6, or is it literally just adding that whereas?
It would just be adding this whereas as the new 5th whereas clause.
Beautiful. I highly encourage even more for my colleagues to support this.
Thank you, Alderman Huntley.
I'm not going to try making a amendment to this to fix the issue that I have. I think it's going to just pass. But I want to register why I oppose this, even though I appreciate the effort to the law office. I think it gets us back to some of the same issues that I had that I think we fixed in Amendment 6, that short-term rentals have problems, but we can't ascribe every problem to them. I don't see how we could possibly think that a non-owner occupied short-term rental, where someone is not there, could be worse for parking than an owner-occupied rental where the owner and the visitor are both there. It doesn't make any sense to me. So again, I'm not going to hold us all up over it, but I don't think some of the things in this are accurate. So I'm going to vote against it.
Thank you. All those in favor of amendment, did I call this Amendment 7? I think I called this Amendment 7. I intended to. What's that, 6A? 6A. All right, I guess I'm calling it 6A. To Alderman Savage's point, it's the danger of doing business at 9:30 at night. All those in favor of 6A, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No.
No.
Sorry. Thank you. The motion passes. Any other motions? Okay. All those, go ahead, Alderman Thorpe.
Mr. Mayor, before we vote, I'd like to point something out that's happened tonight, and I watched it happen for a year when I was sitting out in those seats or online. We have been debating for the last half hour on this piece of paper, which the public has no access to. And I think we should take a long-term view of this and figure out how to create enthusiastic democracy using technology we have, whether it's the screens or online or whatever. But I'm embarrassed to be part of a discussion that we're having here pointing to paper, and I'd like to see us move in a direction where when we, for all the right reasons, propose amendments that cause a paper to be distributed amongst us, that the public who's here at 9:30 at night as well have an opportunity to look at it and can follow on. I'm not asking for a response now. It's just a point that I'd like to make.
Thank you. Alderman Thorpe, I would just direct you, if any member of the public or anyone in the world goes to Annapolis.gov, goes to the legislation page, and they could type in 04025, which is what I did earlier today, and there's a hyperlink for all of the amendments. Earlier this afternoon, 6A was the only one that was not there, and that's why I asked for that 6A to be printed for all of us. But it's been refreshed and updated, and even 6A is on the website as well. So anybody could access now or later.
So I didn't know that. That's tremendous, and that actually accomplishes what I'm looking for. We should probably make that more known as we distribute the paper and as we introduce that. We probably want to highlight to people, especially viewing from home where they can refresh their computer or whatever. But I commend you for taking that action, because it was not when I was sitting out there for a year. Thank you.
Alderman Schneidermeyer?
I'm going to actually correct the record. It has been like that since I've been on the city council since 2020.
Okay. Any other discussion, Alderman Smith-Brown?
Sure. I think it would be great, though. I've seen in meetings where amendments are done, I know it'll take a little extra staff time and what have you, but if we did display the legislation or even the amendments that we're discussing on the screen, I think that would be helpful, especially for those in the audience who don't have paper copies, and for virtual. And even if we can do live updates, I mean, these types of things we can look at long-term, and in light of our staff, we want to make sure that we're cognizant of the time they spend, but that would be extremely helpful in support.
I appreciate the intent by that. I would imagine would be difficult to physically accomplish that, but I'd take your point and ask our media team to consider if that might be something to accommodate in some fashion. But I know the mechanics as we're flipping back and forth. It's hard for the public, but I get that. Okay. Alderwoman O'Neill, do you want to make a motion to reinsert those lines that were removed?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to reinsert.
If you don't mind me helping you, I think it's on page 2 of the underlying motion. It's to reinsert lines 24 through 35.
Correct, thank you. Lines 22 through 35.
And I picked that up from Amendment 6, paragraph 8, to help refine where that was.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Alderwoman O'Neill's motion has been seconded by Alderman Smith-Brown. I think I saw Savage, and then Alderman Savage, and then Alderman Huntley.
So again, I would just ask that public hearing be changed to public comment. We were told, I believe it was Economic Matters, that per the code, public hearings require that it has to be done before the council. And I just don't see the value. The whole point of getting public comment would be to help give staff input, a feel of the public, and doing that before this body is just, I just think it's best to wait till we actually get the legislation for us to be hearing that, because we don't have any control over ultimately what the staff ends up recommending. So I would just ask that get swapped out, hearing for comment.
I would point out that public hearing is lowercase, so it doesn't have such a specific definition of it has to be a city council public hearing. It could be a gathering that the department holds. It could be a city council public hearing, but it's a public forum of some sense. It's a lowercase.
But I mean, I guess I'd like the law office opinion on that, but it sounds like if that's your intent, I don't see why not just change it to comment, because you'd still accomplish the same thing without having to argue about if it's capital or not.
You're right. I don't feel significantly between public comment. It's just public comment. You're right. I don't feel strongly between public hearing and public comment. I think hearing is a broader term. And so it would allow a opportunity for the department to present something and invite the public to provide comments. Yeah. I think I had Alderman Huntley and then Alderwoman O'Neill.
Yeah, I think it would not be good to add this back in for all the reasons that we already took it out, which is to say we would be once again requiring a second report, which I think would be silly, right? Like we already said once, we don't need to say conduct a comprehensive study and then have a report in code. So all I can say is if you voted for Amendment 3, I think you should vote against this.
Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is as the sponsor of this legislation, this is the meat of it. This is the purpose of the moratorium, conducting the comprehensive study, review and analyzing the regulations that other people have used, evaluating and holding public hearings. Public hearings happen in Planning and Zoning Commission on boards and commissions all the time. So I'm not going to fall on the stake over public hearing versus public comment, but there are public hearings that take place in the city. And by taking it, like I said, I will shamefully admit that in Amendment 3, I was more focused on the report versus the actual removal of these, and I think that that's two separate things. I think you're removing the meat of the reason for the moratorium.
Thank you. Alderman Smith-Brown.
Oh, I didn't have anything to say on this.
I'm sorry, I missed off. Before I go back to Huntley, Alderman Huntley, is there anything else? Mr. Manasseh, do you care to voice any department comment on this?
At this point, no, I don't.
Okay. Before I go to you, Alderman Huntley, I just want to echo and adopt the thoughts expressed by Alderwoman O'Neill. I don't see anything in these A through E that's hostile to the work that has been done by previous councils or that presupposes a decision. So I support reinserting A through E. Alderman Huntley?
Well, that's exactly what my comment was going to be about. To suggest that the purpose of the moratorium is to adopt new regulations, very much, which is what it says, right? The purpose of this moratorium, skip over a bunch, is to adopt comprehensive short-term rental regulations. I think we all, I feel like we agreed in previous ones that we did not want to tell staff that we know the results of this moratorium already. We should not be saying the purpose of this is so that we can put more stuff in place, if the whole idea of the moratorium is to figure out whether we need to put more stuff in place or not. So, no, I think I would strongly disagree with what you just said.
Okay. I think I saw a hand here first, then come back here. Alderman Savage, then.
Thank you, Mr.
Alderman
Mayor.
Smith-Brown.
Yeah, I reiterate, I just feel like it also is just redundant. Things that are already, a lot of these are already required with the annual report, but I guess since we're asking staff how they're going to vote on all of these amendments, I would like to look towards the Office of Law and find out, like, do you have concerns about how this is, when it says whole public hearings, because again, typically, yes, that's something that's done by bodies that we create, boards, commissions. Often it's typically quasi-judicial bodies. This doesn't create a body. This is something to be done by staff. So how is staff going to conduct public hearings? I just feel like it's much more appropriate, like they typically do for permits and other initiatives, is just accepting public comment. I think we did something similar with the some of our other previous task force. So I guess that's my question. Office of Law, do you feel that this should get tweaked at all? Or does this cause any concerns as far as how it's written?
The way that it's written, it is not capitalized, so it's a general public hearing. It doesn't make it a specific public hearing, but the Office of Law can look at it again in more detail if you would like that.
Alderman Chen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So we had heard different in economic matters. I'm going to go ahead and believe the city attorney here. But is there, how do we clarify that? I apologize if that's a goofy question. Is us saying it here in this council meeting sufficient for legal purposes that is what public hearing in the lowercase means?
I would prefer not to answer it on the spot and bring it back to the Office of Law to look at.
All right, cool.
Alderman Smith-Brown, then Alderman Huntley.
So I had 2 points. The first, I would ask, Mayor, if I can ask Alderman Huntley to clarify what he meant about the, I think it was the second point he made and why we should not support this. It was some language that he referenced, and I would like to see where that is in the legislation. Do you recall at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Thank you.
My issue was saying that the purpose of the moratorium is to, and then I'm skipping down to E, adopt comprehensive short-term rental regulations. And my point is, we should not be saying that the purpose of this thing, which we are ostensibly using to figure out whether or not we need more regulations, that the purpose is to adopt more regulations. But may I have the floor, Mr. Mayor, or were you done?
No, so the second point was Alderman O'Neill, who sponsored this legislation, put forth the purpose of this moratorium. And so if we felt, or if someone else felt that the purpose of this moratorium should be different, then they could have sponsored legislation to say that. But I believe if the sponsor of this legislation felt the need to include this, it must have been significant enough. So I just wanted to make that clear and confirm.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Huntley.
With respect to my colleague, I contend that this motion is out of order. I think it constitutes a reconsideration of Amendment 3, which would need to be made by someone who voted on the prevailing side of Amendment 3.
I'll defer to Office of Law and the ruling on that.
I mean, since...
Your point's made.
Okay.
Give her a second to read it.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Alderman Savage.
Point of order. We might be able to get some clarity from the city.
Can you speak up?
We might be able to get some clarity from city clerk. We do have code provision for motions to reconsider, and the alderman is correct. It has to be made by the prevailing side to make that motion to reconsider.
The question is whether it constitutes a motion to reconsider, and so that's.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, I see.
Do you have an opinion on this?
Okay.
Yeah. We don't have an answer for you at this moment.
I think that since the amendment, which I'll call amendment, what are we on, 8, was 7, however we want to call it, was explicitly described as being a portion of Amendment 3, I think that lends credence to my point that this is out of order.
Care to say anything? No. Can't hear you. Okay. We're going to be in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. We're back on the record on our city council meeting. My understanding, well, I'll just let the city attorney speak for herself.
Because Amendment 3 passed, that the Amendment 3 passed, and so a new amendment, which would be Amendment 7, can be introduced to include the language that Alderman O'Neill is requesting.
Okay. And we have consensus between the city clerk and the law office. So I'm going to move forward as chair with the motion by Alderwoman O'Neill, Amendment 7, to reinsert lines on page 2, 22 through 36. If I understood that, we've had a second. We've had discussion. If there's any further discussion, Alderman Thorpe?
To clarify, so that's A through E.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Okay. I said A quickly. Yes, A through E on that whereas clause. All right, all those in favor of amendment number, Alderman Savage?
Just a quick request. I understand we're doing things on, last short notice here, but I would ask that we dig in a little more after this for future situations to make sure we're complying with Robert's rules.
That's a great idea. Thank you. All those in favor of amendment number 7, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Motion passes. And I think now we're ready for...
Oh, can we get a roll call?
Sure. I just heard 2, but that's fine. Roll call.
Okay, let's see, this is number 7. Mayor Lippman,
Yes.
Alderman Schneidermeyer,
Was that a no? No, okay.
Alderman Conti,
No.
Alderman Savage,
No.
Alderman
Wait.
Thorpe.
Alderwoman Conti is...
So no.
She said no.
Okay, she looked surprised, so I thought she had...
No.
I can't hear you.
She's
A no? Okay.
Alderman Thorpe,
Yes.
Alderman Huntley,
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill,
Yes.
Alderman Smith Brown,
Yes.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
Yes.
Alderman Huntley, I apologize. I didn't realize it was that close. I would have called the roll.
No worries.
Yeah.
It passes.
Okay, motion passes. I think we're now ready for the underlying motion to pass 04025 as amended on second reader.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no.
Sir, clarify the motion, please.
Yes. 04025 as amended on second reader.
Okay. No.
Any other no's? Okay. The motion carries. Ask for a motion to pass 04025 on third reader.
So moved.
Thank you, Alderman Schneidermeyer. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. All those in favor
Mayor.
say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Mayor
Alderman Schneidermeyer, Savage, you had your hand up first before I got to vote.
So this is for discussion on third reader, right?
I presume we already exhausted discussions, so forgive me for making that presumption.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm a little torn on this because I was trying to really get to a yes, and I think I'm feeling how this vote's going to go, so I'll just keep it brief. But I again think it's worth emphasizing that we've heard a lot of complaints over the years about short-term rentals, about the density of short-term rentals getting too high on some streets. And I feel like we've addressed that sufficiently with the cap and lottery and what was it, 01425. We heard complaints about short-term rentals as far as trash, parking, noise, and we created a process for that back in 2013 for people to follow when where SGR permits can actually get revoked. And if my recollection is correct, I think staff was saying they haven't received many complaints about short-term rentals over the years when we were digging into that in committee. And so I don't think, in light of all that, I just don't think that there's sufficient justification for such a drastic measure, such as a moratorium. We've done it in the past before we had any kind of short-term rental regulations, but now that we do, and now that we've added additional staff, I feel like we need to let both the legislation and staff work. And so I'm still not comfortable passing this. That's
Thank you.
where I am.
Alderman Smith Brown.
Sure. So I was going to ask, who was that? I'll hold off on that.
Any other comment? Alderman Schneidermeyer?
This final product represents a great deal of work, compromise, and thought that this council has put in as a body. I highly encourage my colleagues to support it.
Thank you. Not seeing any further discussion. All those in favor? Alderman Smith Brown?
You may add my name as a co-sponsor to this. Put too much work into it.
Thank you. All those in favor of voting in favor of 04025 as amended on third reader. I'll just move right to a roll call.
Thank you. Mayor Littman.
Aye.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Conti.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
No.
Alderman Thorpe.
Aye.
Alderman Huntley.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
Alderman Smith Brown.
Aye.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries.
8-1.
What's that?
8-1.
Yes, motion carries 8-1. Madam City Attorney, please call the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is Resolution R326, Water Service Agreement with North Point Property LLC for the purpose of authorizing a water service agreement providing for the extension of city water service to 1053 Chesapeake Harbor Road, also referred to as Chesapeake Harbor Drive East, Annapolis, Maryland, owned by North Point Property LLC, and generally relating to the provision of said water service.
Is there a motion to adopt R326 on second reader? Thank you, Alderman Schneidermeyer. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mayor Littman.
Aye.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Conti.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
Aye.
Alderman Thorpe.
Aye.
Alderman Huntley.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
Alderman Smith Brown.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
Aye.
Same.
Abstain. You did say abstain, correct?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is ID 4626, a quarterly report from the Housing Authority of the City of Annapolis.
Thank you. Ms. Maddox and anyone else here to present the Housing Authority quarterly report, please come forward. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. And we are ready for your report. Please, I'd start with identifying who's at the table, please.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm Melissa Maddox Evans, Executive Director, CEO of the Housing Authority, City of Annapolis. And with me today is one of our HACA commissioners, Ms. Jackie Wells, also resident of Bloomsbury Square. We're also glad to have with us today residents of Bloomsbury Square and leaders there, and also leaders of the Eastport community here with us today. And so I hope that you have had the chance to review the presentation that I have forwarded to you. We are glad to announce that as of last Friday, we did apply for the Choice Neighborhood Implementation Grant to HUD. And it was a great accomplishment on behalf of our partners, including the City of Annapolis, namely the Planning and Zoning Department, City Legal, the comprehensive planning staff, and many other individuals, of course, along with our other community partners, our residents, the Community Action Agency, and our development partners. And so we are glad for that accomplishment, and we hope that we are awarded. We expect to hear something maybe more towards the end of the summer or the fall with regards to whether or not we will receive an award. And so rather than go through my presentation, since you all have had the opportunity to review, hopefully I will just land on a particular slide which gives an overview of some of the main components. And again, this is just an overview of our development plans for the Eastport Terrace Harbor House community. So we intend to increase the density from 357 units to 722 units, containing a baseline of 357 affordable units plus an additional number of units to reach that 722, which are all in the mixed income range, including home ownership. And so the total estimated cost of this type of development is about well over $300 million. The first phase, which will be about, we estimate for it to take about 4 phases, will be approximately $90 million, of which we estimate the cost to be. And so one of the things that we plan to do with regards to redevelopment is try to stage the...
Excuse me. Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question? Would you prefer me to hold questions until the end of the brief or ask as we go slide to slide?
Ms. Maddox Evans, would you prefer questions during your brief or at the conclusion of your brief?
I'm not planning on speaking much further. I was going to ask you all for...
So please, why don't you finish then?
Okay. So, like I said, is a phase development with the goal to reduce and minimize the amount of relocation necessary for the current residents on this project, which is why the first area that is included in the phase is the area that is currently vacant land near what is called a reference to be the baseball field in an open area, and including the HACA office buildings, which will be demolished in the first phase. So we plan to build new units in that phase to minimize displacement on the site. And so with that, I will pause and take any questions that you have.
Thank you for the presentation. Alderman Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back to that first slide you briefed with the numbers on it, 357 to 722. Where are we in the, well, so first of all, let me thank you for your work, because I think what you're doing here is probably going to have the biggest impact on the city of Annapolis of a lot of efforts that we do. So I cannot overstate the importance of what this is. I mean, in 30 or 40 years, we'll be looking back at this, and this is our legacy, whether it's good or bad. So thank you for all your effort. So the 357 to 722, where are we in the process of committing to 722?
Well, HACA, the city, the developers, and all engaged community stakeholders are committed to creating 722 units for this development project. So we are committed. We certified that, and that's what we applied to HUD for. A requirement of the Choice Neighborhood Grant is to, at a minimum, double the number of units on site. So this would enable us to do that.
So that's pretty clear that we've got a way forward from an infrastructure basis and all that. Thank you. So the second question applies to, on that same slide, potential, the fifth bullet down, introduce retail, healthcare, recreation, and other community amenities. This is the mixed use effort. And if I could go down to the map 2 slides later, maybe one more. There you go. So currently at Harbor House in Eastport Terrace, there's 1 pool, 1 ball field, and 1 rec center. That's right?
Correct.
And by my count in this plan, that's the same number in the future, is 1 ball field, 1 rec center, and 1 pool. Is that right?
In terms of a space that we project to be a playing field, there is one, but there are several green spaces in the new development. There is one pool in the new development, one major community recreation center. However, we intend to build multiple multi-purpose spaces within the community center. So it will be a bit different than how it is structured right now, with several spaces to be used for stakeholders, partners in the community, programming, and there will be sufficient space also for retail.
So currently, the model for those that rec center, pool, and ball field is that they are there for the residents of Harbor House and Eastport Terrace. There's a vision being discussed that would increase the recreation capability at what is now Harbor House and Eastport Terrace, such that it would break down the wall that currently is President Street and Boucher Avenue. Where are we in the timeline for the residents, the city council, HACA, to work together to work on a vision that would break down those barriers so that the children that live on Boucher Avenue go across President Street more often to use those recreation? Where are we in that timeline to be able to affect that?
So we started this process in 2021 with a comprehensive planning process, which was and still is a collaborative process. This is not a HACA redevelopment project only.
Right.
It was created and structured as a community redevelopment and revitalization project, which requires the input, investment, and the collaboration with local government for infrastructure, local businesses in terms of partnership and support, local programming, and of course, a variety of housing types. And so to answer your question, we have already started that process as far as trying to break down natural community, traditional community boundaries that have been in place, because the collaborative nature of our planning process requires for all local community members to participate, neighbors, like I said, businesses, faith-based organizations. And so we've begun that process, and that's not something that we do later down the line. It's actually part of the redevelopment and re-envisioning process for it to be a collaborative effort. By the time we finish, this will not be a HACA project only. This will be a neighborhood redevelopment project, and that's how it's designed to be. And that's how actually it's going to be successful.
So I've been to your meetings, and I applaud you for every one of the meetings I've been at. And so I totally associate myself with what you just said and your effort is, and that's wonderful that you're doing that. And Mr. Mayor, I guess what I would ask is some official city engagement in being the partner that I think Ms. Maddox Evans is looking for, that creates the vision for what this is in the future. And I know that planning and zoning is engaged, and as we move forward, I do think it's a city council level effort to get into the discussion about exactly what Ms. Maddox Evans was just talking about. How does this development fit into the greater Annapolis in the future? And I think I'm guessing based on your answer, we're about to be at the point where like 722 sounds like it's a number. We're done with that. So we're moving forward. I'd like to ensure that as we vision the future of this, that we as a council have the opportunity to vision something that is really profound, that can make Annapolis better and break down those barriers that exist right now.
The previous city council passed a resolution of support for this effort. So I don't think you said formal earlier, so I think that was the formal process for engaging in that. There certainly is a lot of informal collaboration, and you alluded to a lot of it. Certainly Director Jakubiak spends a lot of time, and his staff spends a lot of time working with Director Maddox Evans. And I've also pledged that I intend to continue that support as well on behalf of the mayor's office, at least. And we've had a few engagements whenever Director Maddox Evans has asked for something, I've done my best to accommodate. I think what the larger point is, I don't think is either of those things. I think it's just, can we have some better collaboration, or not better might be the wrong word, in ensuring that as we move forward, we're working together publicly and in a way that constituents and this body can continue to coax engagement on where's recreation, where's transportation solutions. So I don't think that's a formal process, but I think it is an important process.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am very excited for this project. I think it has a bit of everything: mixed use, mixed income. Even the construction has prevailing wage, which my colleagues will roll their eyes at my love of. But a few questions that I have is, you mentioned that we applied for this grant to make this project move forward. We've recently seen that grants are increasingly unpredictable from our friends in the federal government. What happens if we don't get that? What's our path forward?
That's a great question. We plan to move forward with this redevelopment project with or without funding from the HUD C&I grant. We hope to be funded because it will significantly help the capital that is needed to accomplish the grant. But we intend to do this project regardless.
Go ahead, I love it. Okay, so if we get closer and it's looking like that grant may not be happening, sure, I'm saying things you were already planning on doing, but I would love to get updates on what our backup plans for, if that requires any adjustments.
Sure.
And my second question is regarding the Spa Road site. Do we have any updates on the environmental studies for the potential carcinogens and the other negative health chemicals, et cetera, in that area?
We do not have that information at this time. I know that the city is engaging in an environmental study, an in-depth one. I believe they applied for a grant for those purposes. So we determined that once we get the results of those studies, we would be able to better determine the viability of using the site for residential purposes.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Alderman Smith-Brown.
Yes, thank you, Melissa, and thank you too for joining us today. I have some questions here. The first is actually, will you go back to the site piece where it talks about the phases? Yes, so it's actually less of a question, but it would be great if we could see here the dates, or the projected dates for each of these phases. You only reference phase 1, and it'd be great to see when phase 1 is being projected to take place, as well as the other phases, so that we see expediency in the project being done with respect to development and the process of development. Alongside that, it'd be great to see the costs of each phase. You say that phase 1 costs $90 million, and so we, I think, would all appreciate seeing the amounts across all 4 phases, so that we can see how we're coming up with that $300+ million project. As well as that, it'd be great to see, you say 722 units are new units, though, is that accounting, this is the question piece, is that accounting for the Spa Road site?
No.
Okay, and so would the Spa Road site be necessary if we're looking to just only have to double? The 365.
With the Sparrow site, there would have been the potential to go up to 900 units.
Is that necessary for the grant?
For the grant, we informed HUD that we would be utilizing Spa Road as a possible site. So we would
Question
in fact,
is it required for the grant?
it's not required.
Okay, I do not support the
So-
Spa Road site. I believe our people deserve better than that. Even if it does come back with the assessment that it's healthy or what have you, I think that we can look for other places for our people to be housed, especially if it's not required for the grant. Alongside that.
Well, I'd like to
how-
clarify.
Sure.
Part of the grant purposes, as far as requirements for the city participation, is to invest, whether it be financial and/or land. It is the city that recommended the use of the Spa Road site. We would more than welcome for the city to recommend other sites that it has in its portfolio for the purposes of this grant. So there has to be and should be an investment of land in this project. And if there is not, then that's another conversation that we need to have. But this was the portion of land that the city had attested that was available for this site. So I wanted to clarify as far as the investment.
Okay, so there needs to be an investment somewhere, you're saying, across the city. Well, I would encourage us then as a city to look in other places for investment. And if you have any suggestions, please feel free to share those with us. Alongside that, though, I was mentioning, is it says units for Eastport. Please, if you can, how many, so you said up to 900. So are you saying 100 plus units at the Spa Road site or any other 200 or so units?
90-ish.
90-ish units, okay. How confident, I think was answered, how confident are we in funding this without the CNI grant? Where are we going to get the money from?
So I have letters of intent from several equity investors that are ready to invest in Annapolis. M&T, Wells Fargo, Chase. So we do not have hesitancy or worry about the interest in investors being interested in developing in Annapolis.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you for solidifying those commitments and giving more confidence that a project like this can be done to provide equitable and additional affordable housing for our residents. So are you able to take those suggestions that were mentioned earlier and infuse them or incorporate them into this slide at all? Would that be okay?
We
or just
can
provide us
provide
that
for you the
information?
information. In fact, your staff does have the information.
Mm-hmm.
They were, they assisted us in applying for the grant and in providing the information necessary to apply for the grant, and also have information with regards to all of the financing, the proposed financing, the phasings for 1 through 4, the number of units per phase, the projected investment necessary for each phase. To answer your first question, in order to, the grant requires that it be near or significantly near substantial completion in 8 years. So that is our timeline for the overall project, not phase 1 through 4.
Yeah,
And so,
I
and each phase is on a project schedule.
Okay, I am familiar with us having the data. I was just more so saying, if we're given a slide about an overview of the project, it would be great to detail every piece of it if it's going to be that comprehensive.
Sure, I can give you the information. This was for purposes of an overview of the project and where we are right now.
Alderman Smith Brown, can you clarify something for me? You were concerned about the Spa Road site. I'm assuming, and I'm looking for you to confirm, you're concerned about the environmental contamination?
Yes.
Okay. So on that point, Director Buckland, my understanding is that contamination, Ms. Director, would you mind going to slide 11? That shows the Spa Road site. Thank you. Assuming that if you'll bear with me to assume that this slide is in a correct orientation, my understanding is the south side of Spa Road towards the Bates Athletic Field, that's the side of Spa Road that has the contamination, much less of an issue on the north side where the salt dump is. Is that correct, or am I not correct?
I believe that they did testing on both sides. The side that has Weems Whalen, because all of that area was studied together, is the side in particular that had been discussed as a potential site. The Brownfields grant, because remember the council went ahead and moved that parcel to the Resilience Authority to enable funding for Brownfields grant. And the intent there is that part of the remediation effort is the construction. So those things end up being related, right? You don't do the remediation and then you build. The building is part of the remediation effort.
Right. Just as my commentary, Alderman Smith-Brown, I'm familiar with a similar area in Pittsburgh called Squirrel Hill that had a similar remediation, and now my mother lives there and part of a thriving community. That just my point is that you can do remediation very successfully. It's a robust, very well-to-do community in Squirrel Hill on top of a similar site that's part of a Brownsfield site. So there's different levels of contamination and different levels of responses, and I certainly applaud your concern that we have an adequate level, an appropriate level of remediation before. But I'm after 30 years of studying the issue from my background, it absolutely can be done correctly.
And Mr. Mayor, we actually had during the Housing and Human Welfare Committee last council term, a builder come in and talk about all that went into brownfield redevelopment and just the testing, the remediation process, just how much goes into it. It's not just throwing some grass down on a nuclear dump and hoping for the best. There's a lot that that goes into the process that will hopefully subside your fears.
Yeah, and the one other point I'll make is Director Buckland pointed out as part of the construction, that's often the way it's done. If you estimate the cost in the ballpark of $10 million, $10 million as its own project is a big hurdle to overcome. $10 million as part of a $350 million project is easier to roll into the cost, just like whenever you buy a house, you roll into your transaction costs into the purchase. And so it's easier to to generate the funds up front that way to do it. So that's why it's so commonly associated with construction. I think there were a couple other hands. Alderman Huntley.
Thank you, Ms. Wells and Director Evans, for being here. Thank you even more for staying here. Thank you the most for building desperately needed housing in our city. And if there's ever anything this body can do to make it easier on you to build more housing, to do 1,000 instead of 700, please, I want to hear it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Conti.
I just wanted to ask about the redevelopment. I know that we're talking a lot about the redevelopment, but I want to find out, do you have any plans in place to help the residents now while you're waiting for the redevelopment? It's a lot of stuff that's going on that we're going to wait 3 to 5 years before it's getting redeveloped. So what plans do you have in place to be able to help the residents while they're there?
Mm-hmm. So help the residents in what respect? Just so I can.
As far as like conditions of like some of the places that they're living in. We had somebody talk about the mold, and it's just a couple different issues, but do we have any type of plans in place while we're waiting for the redevelopment, which I think is a good idea, but do we have any place while the people are waiting for the redevelopment to get the fresh start or whatever, do we have anything that's going to be in place for them to get beneficial stuff now?
Sure. So we are continuing our capital repair and improvement program until the time that we are able to do a comprehensive redevelopment plan. That entails utilizing the capital funds that we receive from HUD, but unfortunately, they are limited. I was glad to learn that the city has recommitted to help fund $500,000 in capital repair funds for the HACA communities, which will greatly assist us as to tie us over until such a time as we are able to redevelop. We are utilizing funds from the state, and we have utilized funds from the county for that purpose. So you're right, the units still need to be preserved, and if there are issues such as mold or any other issue related to the unit, they have to be addressed right now because we have families that live there. And so we are continuing to address those items, and we'll continue to do so until redevelopment.
Thank you. Director, I have a couple questions. Go back to slide 10, which was the colorful one. One more back, please. That one. The phase one cost is listed at 90 million. That's obviously a relatively small portion of the 350. What do you get for 90 million?
So we plan to demolish the HACA buildings, and there will be, as you see, the pinkish structure is multifamily units, where essentially where the office building is right now. And so there will be new units along with row houses that are the blue and the lighter blue, darker blue, or purple, however your vision is, in that same phase. And so it's housing that we plan to construct in the first phase.
So in that phase one, 90 million, how many current residents are eliminated, and how many new ones are created?
How many, I didn't hear the first
So the big
part of your
plan is
question.
going from 365 to 722. What would those two numbers be just for phase one for 90 million?
The first phase would be approximately 100 and close to maybe 120-ish units.
So taking down 100, replacing with 120?
There are no units being taken down in the first phase.
Got it.
That's why it's a build first project, which is why we wanted to build on the vacant part of the land and the land where the housing offices are. So we could build new structures to move people in the first phase to minimize displacement.
Okay. And of that 90 million, how much do you have?
In hand?
Committed. Not in hand, but committed.
Oh, committed. Well, we have letters of intent for the entire project.
Okay.
And so cash in hand, 0. Cash committed, well, by the city, 1 million. And by the state, I believe 1.5 million.
Okay.
But we have letters of commitment for the entire project.
Okay. And the timeline for phase one?
I would say 3 years.
Okay. What do you need to have happen to be able to keep that schedule in big picture terms, real big picture?
Priority with regards to review and application review.
Those are referring to city reviews?
Correct. So any of the administrative reviews that are necessary for redevelopment, which are several, they would need to be prioritized.
Okay.
For us to be able to keep on schedule. And those are some of the things that we've been discussing with city staff.
Have they been submitted to the city?
In terms of plans,
When you say getting priority and efficient reviews back and approvals, does the city have those applications in order to give you what you just asked for?
no, not yet. And so, but we plan to begin that process this summer.
Okay. Okay.
And at the same time we're doing this, we're also applying for tax credits this spring. And so there will be, that's when the applications will be coming through as far as the various city approvals and requirements.
Okay. Does your plan for Spa Road need the south half for project? Because I think that there's lots of different proposals of proposed use for that land, and I'm wondering if your Spa Road site envision can be just on the Salt Dome side.
I will have to check specifically what the south part means, because we've been discussing it in the context of east versus west
Okay,
side.
I was just
And so-
referring to that orientation of the slide, that's all.
Oh, that's okay. So I will have to get that answer to you.
Okay.
To know exactly what portion you're referring to, and then be able to answer more specifically.
Okay, and I'm happy to have that, continue that conversation another day, but just to be fully transparent for the council, anyone watching, we have the city government itself has need of space, especially when you consider the Gorman Street building lease runs out in 2030. So if the city is going to create its own space, that's what the Weems-Whalen Field side of Spa Road has been identified as a potential site for city government. I'm not saying we're far from making any decision, but if we're going to get out of Gorman Street and consolidate, that's on the table at least.
Yes, and that's something that has been discussed
Right.
throughout the course of this redevelopment project.
Right, and so what's not clear to me is whether they're compatible ideas and whether that works out. So I'd like to better understand
So for
that.
purposes of if this is a choice project as far as Spa Road's inclusion, the focus is, not the focus, but the goal is to increase housing. As part of that, there can be commercial space, office space. So that's the primary goal of HACA, HUD, all the other entities. That does not mean there cannot be commercial space, but the goal isn't commercial space per se, but it is part of the mixed use benefit of doing a project like this. So if you can envision us creating a community that is a work, live, play type communities, that's the goal of what we're trying to do here. So commercial, residential, recreation.
Very good, thank you. Alderman Smith-Brown and then Alderman Savage.
I have two questions here. The first is, if we have confirmation from these investors, why are we not moving forward with this sooner? And does that conflict, us receiving money from investors, conflict with the grant?
We are moving sooner.
With the $90 million, you said the project is fully funded with the investors, so I'm asking.
I said there are letters of intent
Fully invested.
and commitment. So the way funding is structured for redevelopment projects, there has to be different levels of commitment and approval. And each investor commits based on commitments of other investors. And so one of the first hurdles that we decided to engage in as far as securing the investments are securing tax credits for the property. That is a major step. Once we secure tax credits, the solidifying of those commitments begin to come to fruition. Applying for the Choice Neighborhood Grant, and hopefully we will be awarded. Being awarded that type of grant, since it's a national grant, it sparks interest from other investors to solidify their commitment towards this project. So for the next 18 months, that's exactly what we're doing, is solidifying those commitments with actual agreements for this project. And so, but that's what you do with any redevelopment project, not just this one. That's what we're doing at Robinwood, Bloomsbury Square currently, and lastly, Eastport Harbor House.
Okay. Yeah, I asked only because the slide says that we're going to move forward with the project without the support of the C&I grant, no matter what. And so if you're saying we're going to move forward no matter what, and the funding is solidified through these promissory notes, if you will, these, hey, we're going to invest in this project, it's just, those kind of contradict them. I just don't, it doesn't make sense to me. But the other piece that I was going to ask is, out of these 365 units that so 365 new units, how many units do we currently have in Harbor House, Eastport?
357.
357. Now, out of that 357, which ones have been condemned or marked as unlivable due to the bed bugs and the mold? Do you happen to have that number?
None.
None.
Have been condemned.
Okay,
so condemnation comes through order of the city of Annapolis.
Okay. So what has been done to remedy the issues of the bed bugs and the mold recently, especially with the case that I just saw? I know many of us may have seen the video of the bed bugs from the one resident's home. What has been done to remedy that?
Sure. So the next day, when we found out there was bed bugs in the unit, we ordered testing of the whole building. And so we engaged in Terminex, who brought dog sniffers, who inspected all the units, and we're now engaged in a abatement program. And so, and that's the protocol for whenever there is that type of issue. So, but we addressed it and are currently still addressing. There's an initial treatment. Then you have to come back 2 weeks later to check, and if necessary, treat again until the issue is fully abated.
Alderman Savage, then Alderwoman Alsop Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for the 90 million, how much of that is the developer planning on putting forward?
So the majority of it is the developer and the development team as far as securing the funding sources. So,
well, could we get a breakdown? I'd like to see how much the developer's contributing. And then you said notices of intent. I think could we get a breakdown of how much that, and where does the C&I grant fall into that? And then factor in the city, kind of like we did with City Dock, break it all down so we can get a good understanding of that.
Okay.
And so, and as far as the remediation, yeah, so to the mayor's point, I entirely agree as far as I think we want to, personally, I've always wanted to keep the door open. I think we discussed this as the council last time, the door open for potential city use of some manner on one of those sides. But I do think just to keep in mind, at some point, assuming we get the remediation money, we're going to have to come up with a plan, a development plan, one way or another, be it C&I, be it city development, or a combination of the two, because, as you alluded to, the remediation is dependent on the development process. That's not always how it's done. Sometimes you do remediate first and then do the development, but it is often cheaper, I think, to your point, to do it all at once. But I will also just clarify, both sides do have pollution, including some of the open spaces that they tested. And although the east side, southeast, I suppose, how you're looking at it, does have the worst contamination. That's why it has to be remediated to be used for some kind of residential use. My recollection is what they said, even if it is used for some kind of office or mixed use, it still has to have some kind of remediation, perhaps not as much if it's not all residential. So that also, I think, is to be determined. But all that said, I am also very excited about the mixed use, mixed income proposal. I do want to see some more details. My top two concerns would probably be one, infrastructure. I think we really need to sit down and figure out, is there going to be an impact on the schools, and work with the school district to get through that? We need to look at transportation. Doubling the units is going to have an impact unless we lead with some kind of transportation solution. I'm not saying that should necessarily be all be burdened by the developer or the team, but the city needs to have a plan at the same time. I don't think it's responsible to do that without a plan. And so, related to that, my other concern has to do with some of the design, and that is also related to the transportation. I think based on what we're seeing, well, first of all, I'd love to see a map that has the color coded so we can look at it and see what the colors mean. I know you went over some of it a few minutes ago, but if we sent that map, it'd be helpful. But my concern is it's still a very auto-centric development. Based on our own surveys of our bus system, 80% of people who use it don't have cars, and I'm assuming, and this is some of the information I think we need to get, how many of the current residents and how many of the anticipated residents are going to be relying on public transportation. And I think that needs to be built in to the design. Again, I'm not saying that's necessarily all has to be the developer, but I think the city needs to work on those things at the same time. As chair of Environmental Matters, it is a concern of mine to see so much pavement. We need to be giving people a way out of that. We're never going to address our climate crisis if we don't address the transportation crisis, not to mention making sure we keep these units affordable. So I'd really like to see, so I guess one of my questions coming out of that is, what are some of the other things that the city will need to work on and when, such as some of the zoning changes? Like, is this allowed right now per the zoning?
Yes.
So as we see, that's currently permitted in the zoning.
As far as the density, yes.
Okay. It's the same thing for Spa Road site, or just this site?
Just this site in particular.
Okay. So I just want to, again, challenge my colleagues. I think we need to take a closer look at some of our parking requirements. I really don't think it's a good idea to be adding, and I think it's often unneeded if a large portion of these residents, or even a high proportion, would be using public transportation. So I guess that might be, I don't know if that's a question for you or our transportation department, as far as, do we have data as far as that HACA residents in this particular community? How many have a car, how many don't, how many rely solely on public transportation?
We did gather a lot of information when we did the resident surveys with regards to the transportation needs. But you're correct that there are several elements to this project, whether there be the roads, transportation, bike lanes, all types of infrastructure issues, which will require for the city to participate with us as partners. So this is not the kind of project where we come up with a design and then come to the city for approval. This is the kind of project that we create with the city of Annapolis. And all along the way, we are vetting all of the issues that you have just mentioned. That is the only way this type of project works.
Yeah.
And so, which is the whole concept of we've been saying choice neighborhood, but honestly, it's the process of choice neighborhood that we benefit from, because it forces us to collaborate on all the infrastructure needs, stormwater management, all the forestation. We are trying to also do this in tandem with the development of Hawkins Cove. And so there has to be a high level of collaboration for this project, Hawkins Cove project, for all of it to be successful. So you're correct. And it's actually how this development project is structured. So We have and will continue to have many meetings with the city staff, planning and zoning, public works, several different departments with regards to the type of infrastructure that's needed and the issues that we're going to face, even all the unknowns that we will run across as you do with any development project. So you're correct in that. We do plan on trying to create parking within, particularly within the row homes underneath the home to minimize the need for parking spaces that are on the exterior of the home site. So, but there are lots of issues. Parking being one of them that we have to come to an agreement on, and with the full approval of the city. So when we are at the point where we have our detailed specs, we will be forwarding that to the city staff, and we have those conversations of all the considerations.
Okay, yeah, good. That's good to hear. And I don't know how the administration wants to handle it, but at some point it'd be good to have some of these conversations more closely with planning and zoning, or how to address some of our concerns moving forward. What other pieces of our zoning code do we need to tweak? Because again, if we can, typically our development follows this very boilerplate. Oh, this is this type of development, this size, it needs this amount of parking, without actually looking at the actual need, right, of the planned residence at the property. And so I think we need to really get that ironed out. Because again, I think if we can reduce the surface parking, we can add more housing on this site and have more flexibility on the Spa Creek side. And also, like we saw abroad, those of us who went over to Sweden, we saw, they lead with transportation. They don't need parking, and so they put in childcare centers, they put in healthcare centers, they put in these amenities for the community instead of parking, which they're not necessarily going to need, right? And so I would love to partner. I really want to see. I mean, I've been convinced by my colleagues about the need for the housing, but I really want to see this be an example of truly sustainable, green, and affordable development again. And so I think I like what you're saying about the bike lanes. I love it. So just the questions, as far as the affordability, I'm sorry if I missed this, but out of the 722, how many would be below market rate or equivalent?
We have to have 357 affordable units, the same amount of units that are deemed affordable right now. You have to have a one-for-one replacement within that. So additional units are required for choice purposes to be of mixed income. And they could be a wide range, from private market to that missing middle demographic, 80 to 100%, 120% AMI. So we can vary, and that's what we intend to do, so that there'll be people of all income levels in the same neighborhood. So the key is it should never be that someone can determine how much income you make by virtue of your address. So that is the goal of redeveloping the community, so that it's not distinguishable, which is the affordable part of the neighborhood versus, the more closer to market rate homes.
All right, so two final questions. Actually, three. Could you send more details on the relocation plan? So how many households would be, I don't know if you've gotten, this might be getting too far ahead of ourselves, but how many households would be required to temporarily relocate? I think maybe seeing a map showing the phases with the existing development might help clarify some of this, because I just want to make sure people aren't going to be displaced and that they'll have places to go to, because I believe my wife is a social worker, and it is so difficult to find space for people. And so I just think we need to be really thinking
Right.
ahead on.
I can say we don't have that level of detail
Okay.
now, other than knowing the number of people that are living on site now will have the right to return once the redevelopment is finished. And if they are still living there, once we start redevelopment, may be subject to relocation.
Okay.
And so we would know specifically the number closer to the time, let's say, that we close on the project. We would have those hard numbers as far as the number of people that are actually relocating. So it's a bit transient right now because we're not sure who is going to be living on site at the time that we close. So once the closing occurs, that's the kickoff to the actual relocation movement. The planning goes a year or so well before all of that. But once you close, you have to give residents a 90-day notice at a minimum for relocation. But prior to that, there are several other notices of more so get-ready notices, general information notices about this project or this site will be subject to redevelopment, and at some point, you're going to have to relocate. In fact, we've already sent those letters to residents. So that happens at least 18 months before the closing to help get families ready. So we're now at the point where we will start beginning in the next couple months doing individual surveys with the families to assess what their individual family needs are in this process. And from there, we determine, who is moving and how many and so on and so forth.
And so would this be managed by HACA or a different private management company?
It's a joint project with the developer. Management team will be the new owner of the development and HACA. So it happens. So the way we do redevelopment projects, it's through a joint team effort. We have biweekly redevelopment relocation meetings specifically for that topic. And so, but the developer does plan to hire, I believe, Housing Unlimited, who specializes in relocation for families.
Okay. I don't see a pool.
Alderman Savage, let me move on to other individuals.
Yes, we do have a pool. We have to have a pool.
All right, Alderwoman Alsop Johnson, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Savage touched a lot what I was going to talk about by me being the chairperson of transportation, because that's what came to me, bing, bling, bling, transportation. Is that going to stop the routes and when the buses come? Because you got school buses that going to be coming, you got to get with the city, and then you're going to have people that be on dialysis treatments, maybe, be coming to pick them up. How are you going to notify all these people about the transportation part when you're doing the phases?
Well, that's part of our planning and our communications plan where we do these projects. So we have partnerships with the school district, with other transportation, and with the city, with transportation services for medical purposes. There's a whole slew of partners we have to collaborate with in order to ensure as minimal, even though the entire process is disruptive by nature, but to try to reduce questions or confusion, particularly with regards to access or what do people do in this transition period. And so, so there will be residents that opt to stay on site because that's what they want to do in terms of their temporary relocation. So that'll be minimal impact as far as where they live. But there will be some that may opt to move off-site or utilize a voucher. So we have to outline to them what their options are also, because they too will have a right to return if they're a current resident.
Yeah, because I know that's gonna really come up a lot. You know, where we gonna park, you know, why you can doing the construction, where we go, and blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Great, that's good to know, thank you.
And I could invite the director, Marcus Moore, to come in to sit, and you can come back and talk at one of our meetings when we get closer, I guess, to.
That would be great.
The projects, okay?
Thank
Thanks for
you.
coming out today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not going to ask anyone to make a motion, but if anyone wants to continue working past 11, we'll need a motion.
I'm ready to propose that motion, but I don't want to. But I just have a couple questions.
See if you can get your questions done, and we might not need the motion, the 11 o'clock motion.
So I don't know if I am super excited about this or scared to death.
Both?
You know, on the way forward here. So on one side, we've got this great partnership going and all that. And on the other side, we really don't know where the risk is. Like, what if this developer goes out of business 5 years into it and things like that? So I don't want that answer now. But as we go forward, and I think, Mr. Mayor, I'm looking really at you and saying, this is unique. And when I look at how hard Eastport Lofts was, and that's 98 units, and for us to think that we're going to add 350 homes on the end of Boucher Avenue without a massive impact on the city, I think every day we don't address this, we're just making it harder when we get there. So I think, Mr. Mayor, what I'd like to do, to propose to you is we put together a small group of city council members and civic leaders and look at adequate public facilities, look at the whole gambit, and use the lessons learned of Eastport Lofts. And how do we ensure that we're addressing all of these very important topics in order to get to success? I think I did that before 11 o'clock.
You did.
But does that make sense to you, Mr. Mayor, that this is huge?
My instinct is that the Director of Planning and Zoning should be leading the
Yes.
city's half of that conversation, and engaging with the Director Maddox Evans, rather than create something new.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense, but one of the things that scares me to death is my email is going to go out in 2 weeks and say, hey, 722 is a firm number. That's approved. And I might get people saying, yeah, Frank, you're the only guy that didn't know that. I don't think I'm going to hear that.
I would not call it approved. I mean, they have not yet submitted a plan to the city for approval. That's what we heard earlier tonight. You heard me ask that. So until there's a plan to review, the director is going to be very cautious about saying what's approved or not. So I still view us as being far from that point. I think your underlying concerns are completely valid, and I share the concerns, and I think we can both be excited and scared of, I'm concerned about impacts to traffic, to schools, although and police and fire, even aside from the APF context, more people means more ambulances. So even if it passed the exact standards, it's going to have an impact.
Yeah.
So yeah, I share all your concerns, but just.
And I would add to that and applaud you. This is probably the only development in the last X number of years where the mayor of Annapolis met with the superintendent of schools, and you and Alderwoman Conti, and met with him to draw attention to this. So that's an example of how many special one-offs this massive project is going to take.
Yes. Alderman Schenemeyer.
I also think in that task force, we should take into mind the concerns of the people who are struggling to keep a roof in their head, which is 1 in 3 Annapolitans due to our housing shortage.
I want to go on record opposing a task force when we have a great plan to build a bunch of housing, unless the task force is about how do we build more housing. Thank you.
Yes, Alderman Huntley, what would you like to say?
Are we moving to adjourn?
All right. I'm not seeing anyone else asking the director for any further questions, so I'm going to take it upon myself to thank you again and excuse you. And with hindsight, I would have scheduled this differently, so you were not waiting till 11 o'clock at night to finish your presentation. But thank you for your time and patience and being here tonight. Thank you, Ms. Wells. Always a pleasure to see you. Appreciate everyone here in the audience. This
you.
particular item is now closed. Ms. City Attorney, will you please present the next item on the agenda?
The agenda is completed.
Anything else for the good of the order?
Motion to adjourn?
Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.